News, opinion, insight. This is AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app, or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer Chicago.
The House may vote today. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, on what President Trump has called one big, beautiful bill, a budget resolution that includes a lot of his agenda with increased funding for border security and the military and extending the tax cuts from his first term set to expire this year. House Speaker Mike Johnson says,
"They'll get there. We're going to get everybody there. This is a prayer request. Just pray this through for us because it is very high stakes, and everybody knows that."
Johnson also told an Americans for Prosperity event yesterday that he hopes for final approval in April and then work things out with the Senate. Fox's Madeline Rivera reports.
House Democrats are planning to stay united ahead of this budget resolution vote. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries hoping their pressure campaign and the threat of voter backlash will push some Republicans to vote no on this budget blueprint. But it's not clear at this point if Republicans can even smooth the divisions within their own conference to advance this framework, which calls for $1.5 trillion in spending cuts and more than $4 trillion in tax cuts.
And this could be trouble for Republicans. 3 GOP lawmakers have suggested they'll vote no. And with such a slim majority, that would reject the resolution. The deadline's passed for federal workers to reply to that email spurred by DOGE's Elon Musk that demanded they list 5 accomplishments on the job last week, though the Office of Personnel Management told them yesterday it was only voluntary to reply, and some federal agencies told employees not to. President Trump praised Musk's effort.
I think it was actually, there was a lot of genius in sending it. We're trying to find out if people are working.
Musk posted on X last night, those who didn't reply will get a second chance, and failure to respond again will result in termination. Now back to the president. He focused on ending the war in Ukraine on the day marking 3 years since Russia's invasion.
This is the right time. It may be the only time, you know.
And as he met with French President Emmanuel Macron at the White House.
President Trump is a game changer.
Now, the President, Trump, insists Europe must work to ensure Ukraine's security in a peace agreement, and the president suggested Russia would allow European peacekeepers. America's listening to Fox News.
.502 on a Tuesday morning on AM 560. The Answer, and I'm Mike Scott. Voters in South Suburban Dalton are heading to the polls today, casting ballots for either embattled Mayor Tiffany Henyard in the Democrat primary or village trustee Jason House.
We're thinking we'll hit up to between 4,500 to 5,000 voters. I think we'll have some record numbers coming in at that, and their voice will be heard.
Both were part of the same ticket in 2021, but then split over Henyard's alleged mismanagement of Dalton finances. And Henyard is also under a federal investigation over allegations of financial misconduct.
We need prayer, y'all, because Dalton came down. I'm just really upset about the fight.
Henyard has been missing from the campaign trail, instead putting out rap videos like this one.
They put me in office and treat me like it's illegal to feed the people, to feed the people.
Also today in Arlington Heights, 3 candidates will vie for the open mayoral seat there as the looming Bears Stadium project at the old Arlington racetrack spices up a normally vanilla race. And in Aurora, former Illinois GOP candidate for Governor Richard Irvin is seeking a 3rd term in Illinois' second largest city, facing 4 challengers. We're also watching several other suburbs like Frankfort, where Justin Ozinga faces off against Keith Ogle. 2 are wounded following a domestic-related shooting in Mount Prospect. Police say a man and woman were found with gunshot wounds yesterday in an enclosed shared garage of a condo building along Northwest Highway. Jury selection will resume today in the trial of the Highland Park July 4 parade shooting suspect. Attorneys agreed yesterday on 7. The judge and lawyers still need to pick 5 more jurors and 6 alternates. Opening statements are expected today in the trial of that Plainfield landlord charged with the murder of a Muslim boy in 2023. The fate of Joseph Chuba is now in the hands of a panel of 12 jurors and 3 alternates. 1 person is dead, struck by a train in Downers Grove yesterday. It happened in the 1400 block of Gilbert. The victim pronounced dead at the scene. A natural gas pipe replacement project in Illinois has been given the go-ahead and is proceeding, but regulators are now demanding more oversight. After a year-long investigation, the Illinois Commerce Commission ordered Peoples Gas to change its approach by focusing first on replacing the failing pipes, not by making additional improvements to the system.
The big picture is that the Commission wants a much more streamlined, focused program that ultimately we believe will mean less rate hikes for customers, while also making us safer.
The decision sets a 2035 deadline for Peoples Gas to remove the older high-risk pipes from the system. Just under 80% of respondents in a new poll say they disapprove of the job that Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is doing. The overwhelming disapproval comes from a survey of nearly 700 likely Chicago voters. A former Rockford Charter School director faces charges of theft and official misconduct. State police say Emily Wallen knowingly used Jackson Charter School funding for personal gain. She resigned from her position with the school last July. A Burr Ridge man accused of killing his mother with a sledgehammer last week will remain behind bars. Oscar Rodriguez was denied pretrial release after being charged with murder and aggravated domestic battery in the death of Verna Rodriguez. Former Illinois Governor Jim Edgar battling pancreatic cancer. The 78-year-old announcing yesterday that doctors at Rush University Medical Center in Chicago and the Mayo Clinic are coordinating a treatment regimen. Edgar served as governor from 1991 to 1999. The Indiana State Board of Animal Health says 8 more chicken flocks in the past week have been confirmed to have avian influenza in that state. And in a story we've been following for weeks in the newsroom, the wheels are in motion to remove the remaining tents of a homeless encampment at Chicago's Gompers Park. Many tents began popping up in the park during the COVID-19 pandemic, eventually taking over a large portion of the park. This week will be the last week for several home run-in pizzerias in the Chicago area. 3 home run-ins will be closing on March 2nd. The locations closing include Berwyn, Bronzeville, and the Melrose Park location. Their flagship in Little Village and 5 others will remain open. Bulls snap a lengthy losing streak. They embarrass the 76ers, 142-110. Josh Giddey leading all scorers with 25. Blackhawks aim to avoid their 4th straight loss when they visit Utah tonight. Fighting Illini will try to snap a 3-game losing streak when they host Iowa. Northwestern, after a big win over Ohio State, will visit Minnesota. Spring baseball. Cubs are in a 10-5 win over the Padres. Michael Busch, a home run. They take on the Diamondbacks today. White Sox surrender 9 in the top of the first in an 11-3 slaughter loss to the Rangers. Cleveland baseball fans are mourning the loss of their team owner. The team announcing Monday that Larry Dolan passed away due to natural causes. He was 94. The news, a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Overpaying for dental implants is over. Learn more and check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
President Trump is moving at lightning speed.
Billions of dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse.
Executive orders, new policies, promises kept. It's hard to keep up until now. Subscribe to the Trump Report. This email brings you daily highlights from the Oval Office right to your inbox 5 days a week.
The golden age of America begins right now.
It'll help you follow President Trump at the speed of Trump. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/Trump.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Welcome, John, our new admin lead.
Thanks.
You've got your laptop, all your admin apps. Oh, and you'll be in charge of ordering food for the team. So here's your drawer full of menus.
Whoa.
You'll keep your receipts in this file folder. Whoops! Receipt confetti.
Oh, dear.
Oh, and all these sticky notes have everyone's dietary preferences.
Have you tried EasyCater? Online ordering from great restaurants, tools to save time and stay on budget, digital receipts in one place.
We're gonna need a bigger recycling bin.
EasyCater, the smarter, simpler way to order food for your workplace. Order now at easycater.com.
MyPillow is excited to announce that they're having the first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 30% on their brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one Mike has worn every day for 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get the 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. The initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And the best-selling standard My Pillow, just $14.98. To take advantage of the first ever mega sale, go to mypillow.com or call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201 and use promo code LIBERTY. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship has sailed because right now every order ships absolutely free. mypillow.com, promo code LIBERTY.
It's 5:11. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center Time is a service of Rapid Radio's push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Perfect for instant contact with an aging parent. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com. You'll get an extra 60% off and free UPS shipping. Travel this morning bottled up on the Ike outbound. Construction has a right lane block between Wolf Road and the Tri-State. They're working under the Tri-State this morning with that right lane block. Very slow in that area. Edens, Kennedy, Ike, and Stevenson, for the most part, though, are off and running on time. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. We get the very latest this morning with AccuWeather's Steve Williams.
A mild day today. Clouds and some sun. Our high today, 52. Turning cloudy tonight. Some rain toward dawn, low 37. Cloudy, mild, a bit of rain tomorrow morning, followed by some drizzle for the afternoon. High tomorrow at 52. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
40 at O'Hare, 44 at Midway, 34 in Aurora, 38 in Joliet, and along Chicago's lakefront. Your next news update is at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you'll destroy your life. Listen to The Flot Line with Rick Hughes this Sunday morning at 7. The Flot Line describes a main line of resistance in your soul built on God's Word. Listen this Sunday for inspiration, motivation, education, all without manipulation. That's The Flot Line with Rick Hughes this Sunday morning at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, doctors Economos, Gavalis, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidiscipline practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930, 630-830-4930, or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
This is Hugh Hewitt for townhall.com. In his press briefing on Wednesday last week, President Trump commented on the Russia and Ukraine war and the administration's first steps to try and end that conflict. The most notable aspect of the presser is that we don't see what he sees about Ukraine's war of survival. The level of awful is probably off the charts. I fear some in legacy media would rather the president fail than Ukraine survive. There is an eagerness for catastrophe to befall 45-47, even if it also means a disaster for Ukraine. We are witnessing not just shuttle diplomacy underway, but shuttles diplomacy. Secretary Rubio, National Security Advisor Wall, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff are headed over here. Vice President Vance, retired General Kellogg are headed over there. There is an eagerness on the part of legacy media to create conflict among allies that is simply astonishing. The casualties are so enormous that anyone on the outside trying to look in could, perhaps, give it a rest until, say, Easter. I'm Hugh Hewitt.
For over 23 years, Applied Mechanical Sales has offered boilers, water heaters, and exhaust venting to commercial mechanical contractors. They aid in the selection of standard and high-efficiency hydronic system equipment for replacement or new construction. From schools to churches to high-rises and hotels, Applied Mechanical provides high-quality, cost-effective Camus boilers and water heaters in many of Chicago's most iconic buildings. Mechanical design firms trust Applied Mechanical to support them by specifying the size and type of boilers to best match a building's load profile for the worst of Chicago weather conditions. Engineers and contractors can be confident that they'll experience trouble-free operation for the next 15 to 20 years. Applied Mechanical Sales ensures their boilers are properly installed and operate at peak efficiency long after the initial startup. Go to appliedmechanicalsales.com to schedule a site visit and boiler replacement assessment. That's appliedmechanicalsales.com.
You never want to miss one of life's most important moments. A graduation, a birthday, a first communion, a wedding. When these moments happen, you want to make sure to capture them so that you and your loved ones can remember them for years to come. For over 30 years, families have relied on Tom Kaloran Photography to capture important life moments. This locally owned family business can provide the solutions you need for your important event photography, from weddings and birthdays to class reunions and golf outings. No matter the size or scope, Tom Kaloran Photography will make sure you have lasting memories to share for years to come. Tom Kaloran Photography is also the official photographer for AM 560 The Answer. To learn more and to see their portfolio, just visit KaloranPhotography.com. That's KILLORAN photography.com. Or call them at 708-361-0025. Tom Kaloran Photography, capturing important life moments for over 30 years.
Attention American homeowners, you're under attack. Your home and equity could be vulnerable to cyber thieves. There's only one company that completely stops them, and that company is Equity Protect. Equity Protect prevents any attempts to steal your home, equity, and ownership 24/7. Get your free risk report today by texting the word HOME to 94878. That's right, text the word HOME to 94878 to get your free risk report. Keep your equity and legacy safe with Equity Protect.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. There's two important things I've learned from the D.C. Press Corps and its regional outposts over the last month. Two important things.
What's that?
One is that anytime and anywhere a federal employee feels underappreciated, that is a national news story.
I know.
That's number one. And number two is every middle management bureaucrat in every government agency represent the wingnuts holding Western civilization together. Without them, we would descend into chaos and madness, living in filth, receding to cave life without every middle manager in the EPA and Department of Ag and pick from the alphabet soup of federal agencies. Those are the two things I've learned. And yesterday we saw more of this, the continued fallout over the email. Emailgate. The email that Musk sent out, rescinded by Trump, that, hey, you got till midnight last night to send me 5 bullet points of what you did last week. A failure to respond constitutes a resignation letter. That was rescinded. I don't know if Trump and Musk are playing good cop, bad cop. It doesn't really matter that much because either way, it platforms these stories like M.T. Snyder. M.T. Snyder is one of those wingnuts holding Western civilization together. She was brought on to CNN to tell her tale of woe and express her moral indignation over what's happening. She's in San Francisco, don't you know? I wonder if she works at the Nancy Pelosi Federal Building, which is going to be up for sale soon, and that's adding to her angst.
I got this email Saturday afternoon, about 3 p.m., and I felt absolutely infuriated getting this email with a demand within 48 hours to provide a response on what I did within the last week or face termination. This is clearly an attempt from Elon Musk to harass and bully and intimidate the federal workforce, which is part of his broader plan to gut the federal workforce and privatize public sector services to ensure that corporations like his own can get more profit. And that makes me really angry, and my coworkers as well.
312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line. Our text line is up and running. I mean, she's one of 2 million federal workers.
And I want to hear them express their feelings, every last one.
Every single one.
Every single one on CNN. There should be a line.
I mean, it was what you did last week, 5 bullet points. We all know about this. But the Office of Personnel Management says they won't fire people who didn't reply. And the administration said they're going to work with individual departments. And while this all gets sorted out, President Trump praised Elon Musk for the email.
I thought it was great because we have people that don't show up to work and nobody even knows if they work for the government. So by asking the question, tell us what you did this week, what he's doing is saying, are you actually working? And then if you don't answer, like you're sort of semi-fired or you're fired, because a lot of people are not answering because they don't even exist. They're trying to find, that's how badly various parts of our government were run by, and especially by this last group.
Does anybody out there, has anybody out there in their job, past or present, have you ever had to file a report on what you're up to? How things are going with what you're charged to deliver? Has anybody ever had to do that? Fill out a report or provide some sort of update to a superior? Is that just a foreign concept that Elon Musk invented out of whole cloth? Because Speaker Mike Johnson suggested that, checking in with your superiors about what you've been up to and giving them a bit of a progress report, not exactly revolutionary, at least not if you've ever worked outside the federal government.
Yeah, the public workforce needs to be treated with dignity and respect, and so do the American taxpayers. In the private sector, where most of us come from, it is not unusual for you to have to fill out weekly reports, routine reports on what you're accomplishing, what you're doing. I don't think it's a crazy concept. I think it's not a big thing to expect the federal employees to do what we do in the private sector. We're trying to bring those principles to bear on government to make it work more efficiently and effectively for taxpayers in a time when we don't have that many resources. So, look, Elon is going to do what Elon does in DOGE. We're going to codify a lot of these changes so we can make them permanent. But asking people to justify their work, I think, is a reasonable step.
Asking people to justify their work is reasonable, is it? Boy, I don't know. That seems very controversial. Having to justify your work? What? What are we talking about? And, of course, I mentioned it's the D.C. Press Corps and their regional outposts. Their regional outposts, that would include Chicago, the press corps here. Craig Wall was on the job. Is Craig Wall part of the I-team?
No, he's not. He's their political reporter. But I'll let you know if he gets, bumped up to the
Liz
team.
Nagy reporting for the I-team. She sounds exactly like Chuck Gowdy. Craig Wall, political reporter. He's on the job talking to federal workers there here in Chicago. because there are many here. You wouldn't know that because the Klaczynski and Metcalf buildings are empty, which is why they're also on the sales block and should be. Anyway, Laureen Targos is with EPA, and she is none too happy. Again, the important thing in this whole process is to let federal workers feel their feelings.
The work shows what we're doing, and our supervisors hold us accountable to that standard that's in our position description, and this email is disrespectful and unwarranted. I think the undermining goal is, one, to demoralize us, to make us feel in a defensive position as if we're saying, we didn't do anything that serves the American people.
Do you really want to be party to disrespecting Laureen Targos' Chicago office of the EPA?
Why didn't he follow up with, well, what exactly do you do?
She's a people person.
Okay.
She works with the customers. Back off, Bobs. Actually, the other employee, that federal employee that Craig Wall talked to, with IRS, Ayen Dziksa, I'm probably masquerading
Better
her name.
you than me.
But anyway, she was an older lady, and she was actually quite reasonable. Again, this is not pillaring federal workers as a group. It's pillaring federal workers with the sense of entitlement you're hearing from some.
I worked on the audit, and I wrote up the final report. And that's a lot to spend 4 days on. If we're going to tackle the inflation and the deficit, we've got to cut. And I'm sorry people are going to get hurt, but everybody's suffering from inflation. So I feel bad for the government employees, but they're a small group versus the whole country.
At least Ms. Dziksa at IRS recognizes there's a whole country out there outside the federal workforce that matters too. I appreciate that. Your buddy from the our gang, one of the little rascals, Mike Quigley.
My congressman,
Yeah, he grew up to be a congressman after Darla turned him down. Anyway, he addressed the idea of selling the Klaczynski and Metcalf buildings. And again, anybody who's been on the Union League Club recently, you can look in the windows.
Well, there is nobody there. They haven't been there for 3 years. They're not coming back.
Yeah, but this is not the way to do it, says Alfalfa's protege there.
The problem with this is you need a place where people work. The people who make sure we have clean air and water need a place to work. So there is a right sizing, but this isn't the way to do it. This is a sledgehammer when we really need a scalpel.
Well, you sort of mixed your metaphor there, Sparky. But I don't think Quigley also, just in terms of critiquing the language, I think it's a little ironic when he uses the term right sizing. So you may want to steer clear of that. And then, so after this review of the acceptable opinions within Chicagoland by Craig Wall then brought it back to the news desk. That's where the I-team sits. Craig Wall offering a bit of post-reporting commentary and fun banter.
Oh, I know how you love banter back and forth.
There's no, and it's network affiliate newscast banter. That is my favorite kind of banter. So Craig Wall's with the postscript, sort of summing it up all for us, and then some witty repartee with Ravi Beshwal.
But now that email order has been rescinded by President Trump. Laureen Targos telling me it's so frustrating because it seems to her that the lives of government workers and the essential mission that they serve at the EPA, for example, is just a game to the Trump administration. She says it shows a lot of contempt for the workers and the job that they do. A lot of people obviously going, what is going on? And probably relieved to know that this email thing has been rescinded.
That stress is incredible when it's your job.
Yep.
Very courageous for some of them to talk to us.
Indeed.
Talk to you.
Yep.
All right. Ravi, are you kidding me? It's courageous for them to talk to you? Oh my gosh, you know what, Dan, now they're my new heroes.
Laureen Targos, did you ever know that you're my hero? You're everything I wish I could be. Corey and Woodlawn.
Thanks, Dan. Good morning, Amy. You know, everywhere government goes, it's a cog in the wheel. Look at TSA. Look at DMV. These people need to be reduced down to size and let the efficient ones go to the top and mechanize it as much as you can. They're staying on the private sector, and they've always been. And I'm so happy that someone is finally spread shedding the light on these guys, but take a look at what they're doing with the padding of the benefits when it comes down to overtime. They're doing it locally to the tunes of hundreds of millions of dollars. And someone's got to look into that as well. Thanks, Doug.
Thanks for the call, Corey. Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If you own or run a business and you listen to AM 560, you might not realize that the conservative programming that you enjoy is supported by advertisers. Our loyal listeners love to do business with the advertisers they hear every day on AM 560. Now, it probably won't surprise you that there are some businesses who avoid advertising with us because they don't like what we do here. And that's okay, because our audience wants to support businesses that support what we do and think like we think. We would love to have you join the list of successful companies who are already reaching new, like-minded customers. Most AM 560 advertisers have been here for years for one simple reason: they get results. Join our efforts to make a difference in the lives of our listeners who are passionate about supporting our great family of AM 560 advertisers. To learn more, just visit 560theanswer.com/advertise. That's 560theanswer.com/advertise.
MyPillow is excited to announce that they're having the first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98, kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 30% on their brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one Mike has worn every day for 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get the 2025 6-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. The initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And the best-selling standard MyPillow, just $14.98. To take advantage of the first ever mega sale, go to MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201 and use promo code LIBERTY. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship has sailed because right now every order ships absolutely free. MyPillow.com, promo code LIBERTY.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
New polling on BLM Brandon. You hear Mike Scott talking about it a bit at the top. Going down BLM Brandon, 538.
And Kamala Harris is back. What she sees, what she smells, we'll explain. But now let's head into that newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Little fog, 41 degrees. And immigration and customs enforcement agents will, for now, be barred from targeting migrants in deportation stings in and around places of worship. The Maryland district judge handed down that order on Monday. An American teen is in French custody after allegedly tossing her newborn baby out of a Paris hotel window to its death. The woman reported by local media to be 18. Vivek Ramaswamy officially launching his campaign for Ohio governor.
I am honored to announce my candidacy to serve as the next governor of the state of Ohio.
At a launch event in Cincinnati, Ramaswamy saying he will lead Ohio to be the top state in the country. Denny's slapping a temporary surcharge on menu items with eggs. This is Americans deal with a shortage of the staple while the bird flu continues. Fabric and craft store giant Joann closing all of its locations. The company made the announcement Monday after a liquidator agreed to buy all of Joann's assets. Joann was founded in 1943. A bus carrying the IU Indianapolis men's basketball team caught fire due to a mechanical issue and raced through that bus. According to IU Indy athletic administrators, team members escaped out the back of the bus without injury, and another bus later was sent to pick up that team and return them to Indianapolis. Voters in Dalton today will decide whether to cast their ballot for the embattled mayor there, Tiffany Henyard, or village trustee Jason House, who is running against Henyard.
We're thinking we'll hit up to between 4,500 to 5,000 voters. I think we'll have some record numbers coming in at that, and their voice will be heard.
Henyard is under a federal investigation over allegations of financial misconduct. Also today, we're watching primary challenges in Arlington Heights, in Aurora, and in Frankfort. 2 people are wounded following a domestic-related shooting in Mount Prospect. Both were taken to the hospital. The woman was awake and speaking with detectives while the male offender was in critical condition last night. Opening statements expected to begin today in the trial of the Plainfield landlord charged with murder, the murder of a Muslim boy in 2023. Joseph Milburn is the staff attorney for the Chicago branch of the Council on American Islamic Relations.
To stab someone to death 26 times due to the child's religion and race is completely heinous, and it's one of the most gruesome hate crimes that have impacted the Muslim and Arab community in recent history.
A panel of 12 jurors and 3 alternates were selected yesterday to decide the fate of Joseph Chuba. Bulls snap a lengthy losing streak. And they embarrass the 76ers, 142-110. Blackhawks take on Utah tonight. Big Ten Hoops, Fighting Illini host Iowa. Northwestern will visit Minnesota. Cubs winners over the Padres, while the White Sox lost to the Rangers. The news service of Valdecas Windows for the discerning homeowner looking for high quality and professional level window replacement service. Contact Valdecas Windows, your award-winning Platinum Elite Pella certified contractor. Valdecas.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The first weeks of the new Trump administration have been full speed ahead, making America great again.
It's going to only get better.
And on Tuesday, March 4th, President Trump will take a victory lap when he addresses Congress and the nation. And AM 560 is throwing a watch party.
They tell me it's very exciting.
Join us for dinner and President Trump's speech on March 4th in Rolling Meadows. Get your tickets at 560theanswer.com/watch. That's 560theanswer.com/watch. Sponsored in part by Fox Valley Coins.
Come on with this, people. Move it!
Did you really think you could make that company deliver yourself?
Oh, I cannot handle any more traffic.
You could be getting much more done at your place of business.
I've wasted 45 minutes and now this place is gonna close.
Time is money. Let Quick Delivery Service take on the traffic hassle for you. They'll deliver almost anything, from large pallets of materials to important documents, or both. No forms, no labels, no scanning. Just tell Quick Delivery Service where it's going, they'll pick it up, and get it to your destination quickly. Your cargo delivery is tracked in real time with GPS. Notifications are delivered right to your inbox. Visit QuickDelivery.com. That's QuickDelivery.com. Or you can deliver like this.
Seriously, another train?
Or get your delivery there on time with QuickDelivery.com. Or call 847-534-2244. 847-534-2244.
Do you hear that?
Hear what?
It sounds like crickets.
Oh, that? Yeah, I brought a big bag of crickets with me.
Why, Ben?
Well, we're talking about the new and improved M100 motorized sectional at Penny Mustard today, right?
Yes.
And just yesterday, I overheard you telling Arvid that the M100 sectional was indescribable.
That's true. Words won't do it justice.
And you told Nicole anyone who reclines in the M100 sectional is flabbergasted.
It's awe-inspiring. If there was a Mount Rushmore of sectionals, the M100 would take all 4 spots.
So to maximize the impact of the M100's ability to cause reverent silence.
You brought crickets?
Yes.
To work?
Of course.
I'm speechless.
Obviously.
The M100 sectional sofa, American-made with a solid maple frame, individual seat springs, and Qualex Ultra Foam, starting at $12,596 at Penny Mustard. 7 locations throughout Chicagoland. PennyMustard.com.
Better versions of what people want.
Penny Mustard Furnishing.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6745. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6745. That's 800-575-6745.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
540. Let's check the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. We'll start on the inbound. Dan Ryan already jamming up on the south end, 79th up to 71st. And on the outbound Stevenson this morning, there's a medical emergency, large response outbound between LaGrange Road and the Tri-State. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. A mild day ahead. Mostly calm winds this morning with clouds and sunshine and a high of 52. Cloudy with a bit of rain overnight. Low 37. 41 right now. Next news coming up at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
This hourly segment brought to you by Unleash Your Wealth with Raj Shah and Rick Borick this Saturday at 7 a.m. and 2 p.m. Learn more at scwealthadvisors.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. New polling out on whether or not likely Chicago voters approve or disapprove of BLM Brandon's performance thus far.
Ooh, I've never seen numbers like this in my life.
A universe of 700 likely voters, poll conducted February 20th and 21st, so just in the last few days. 700 likely voters, 71% who voted for Kamala Harris, 18% for Trump, and the rest for a third-party candidate. So 71 to 18, that was about what Trump did in the city. So it seems to be a representative sample of likely voters. 71% Kamala voters out of this universe. And 80% of the respondents said they disapprove of Johnson's performance, while 7% said they approve of his performance. 7%, that's must be the Chicago Teachers Union apparatchiks. They're representative. I basically controlling for the Chicago Teachers Union vote. Brandon Johnson's at 0%. Anyway, and about 12% were neutral. Not enough information to form an opinion. Yeah, I mean, you're not even 2 years in. Give him some time. Still in the probationary period. 80 to 7. That's a bit upside down.
You think? I'm surprised there's 12.3% who are neutral. Because by now, I think people should realize, what they put in office.
What people should realize in Chicago, and what they do realize, there is a chasm between those two categories, isn't there? I mean, just as a general rule. 80 to 7. It's going to be a tough re-election slog, but again, it's more than 2 years away. He delivers on that teachers union contract. He's got them. Those kind of numbers incentivize all sorts of creatures, new and not so new, to come forward and pitch their wares again, for the first time, or again, I should say. So, in a 15-way primary, he could potentially escape to a runoff, probably suffer the same fate as triple threat, either in the primary or after the runoff, unless he does something very heroic to turn his fortunes around, which seems beyond his capacity. Although I'll tell you, the one thing he has done, and he deserves a lot of credit for this because this is a promise made and a promise delivered, is he has brought the city together in opposition to him. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line and text line. Thinking about the mayor's race, I asked the question, just because there's so much ink spilled over Brandon Johnson and what's happening at the city level, even though we have gubernatorial and Senate and legislative elections before the next mayor's race. But nobody seems interested to talk about the 26 races. It's funny, too, because Vivek Ramaswamy announced for governor of Ohio yesterday. He's endorsed by Musk and Trump. He's going to have a walk. Byron Donalds endorsed for governor in Florida. He's endorsed by Trump and Musk. That may be a little bit more interesting based on what Ron DeSantis said the other day. He's not exactly on Team Byron quite yet. In point of fact, he's still he reinitiated the possibility that his wife Casey might run. So that could be really interesting down in Florida. But I mean, my point is to say, Florida Republicans are looking at 2026. Ohio Republicans are looking at 2026. Illinois Republicans are looking to
what? Yeah.
To dissect the 2027 mayor's race and to figure out which from a new and probably largely old list of dismal choices we should make. Why?
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Yeah, I saw the list of possible candidates. And guess who's number one on the list? Paul Vallis, then Alexi Giannoulias, and then, Anthony Beal, Alderman Beal, I should say. The list, it's so predictable. When I saw it, I'm like, yeah, I've seen this list before. Susana Mendoza's on it. The usuals.
And
nothing's blowing wind up my skirt, Dan. It's the same old, same old. And some of those people on that list, I don't even think they're going to run. But if duty calls, they might run. But where's the Republican Party? Where's the fight? Where's anything? Give us something. What about the gubernatorial race? Just going to let Jelly Belly just do whatever the hell he wants? Not even challenge him? Or maybe we get Richard Irvin if he loses the Aurora mayoral race, which is coming up next month.
I mean, at least there are 33 counties in mostly southern Illinois that are participating in doing something. I mean, they're attempting to secede from Illinois. We talked about that with Ted Dabrowski. Actually, I talked about that a little bit last night with Leland Vittert on his program in News Nation. I mean, they've completely given up. Obviously, the focusing on a resolution to secede from the state sort of speaks to hopelessness, doesn't it? But they're doing something, and then now they're engaged with the Hoosiers to explore the possibility. Indiana might as well do it because it would bring more Republicans into Indiana, strengthen the Republican position. You would think here in Illinois, Chicago Democrats who dominate the state would want to do it because it would throw out more than almost a third of the counties, most of which are pretty dyed-in-the-wool GOP, so it would expand their margins. And then, you got Republicans in control of the House and Senate, so maybe actually this is something that could get done. The problem is, of course, you can't be a governor that presides over a third of your counties seceding from your state. It just doesn't look bad. It's sort of like being a governor or mayor that presides over a bankruptcy. Detroit may have needed to go bankrupt, and it did. It was, just like Chicago is. Right. But the General Assembly is not going to approve a Chicago bankruptcy because then Chicago goes bankrupt on the watch of the particular mayor that doesn't want that on his permanent record, the governor, the General Assembly. None of the politicians want that on their permanent record, which is why it doesn't happen, even though substantively it should. And so is the case with secession. I mean, it's the longest of long shots, even if actually the sort of the political interests align, because at the end of the day, Jelly Belly has national aspirations, and it's sort of the people who couldn't leave your state physically because they're, farmers or because they didn't have the financing to do so, or the families here, or whatever the reason, they had to enlist another state to adopt them. How embarrassing is that? How much of a stinging indictment of your policies and their belief in even the possibility of getting any sort of representation is that? So at least they're doing something, is my point. And in Chicagoland, we want to just, throw in with all of these new Marxists that are positioning themselves against Brandon Johnson, Billy Conway, Daddy's little boy, Billy Conway, who's pretending to be a fiscal conservative now, Susanna Mendoza, these people standing up, we can't borrow $830 billion. We can't do that bond issue that BLM Brandon wants to do. I mean, these people have supported the same policies before. It's just cheap posturing against BLM Brandon. And we're supposed to pick sides on that? We care? Center right? The reason Europe was lost is the same reason that Illinois was lost. Since we had Macron in town yesterday, and we're talking about the state of Western Europe in so many respects, after Vance's speech and so forth, with the possibility of Ukraine-Russia armistice. You know why it was lost? It wasn't lost because the radical left. It was lost because the center right threw in with the radical left. Tell me that isn't the story of Illinois. The center right throwing in with the new Marxists, with the hard left. First the machine and then the new Marxists, because there's been a bit of a transition, in case you haven't noticed, because you've been so focused on being upset with whoever the Democrats tell you to be upset with. Triple threat. She's the problem. Once triple threat goes, everything's fine.
Yeah, right.
The governor's not the problem. The General Assembly's not the problem. We'll return all those people. Now it's BLM Brandon. He's the problem. Once he's gone, everything will be fine. But the governor's not the problem. Same governor. General Assembly's not the problem. Same General Assembly. You really want to take the lead of the Chicago Press Corps and where you're supposed to direct your attention politically? Does that make sense to you? Is there anybody who's been in the state for more than 10 minutes who sees what I see? Or is it just a case of everybody imitating the state bird, the ostrich? Mark in Oak Lawn.
Hey, Dan. Amy, good morning. How are you?
Good.
It's interesting. I saw there was a rally for the Ukrainians down at City Hall, and they were, they want to keep continuing fighting. And they're all Ukrainians down there. But who's sitting there in the weeds but your friend Lori Lightfoot with her little hat on, and she could care less about that. But she's definitely posturing to run for mayor again, I think. And
right.
And
more the merrier.
Dan, there's no chance with the mayor of Chicago for anyone to get in there. It's going to be good. Maybe Paul Vallis again, but and I was going to say, for the governor standpoint, who do we have? I mean, there's
I don't know.
nobody.
I don't know. Who do we have?
Aaron Del Mar? I mean, I don't know. Who do we have?
No.
Okay. I was just...
No. That's exactly the people that have thrown in with the other side, which is why you have everybody running around saying, who do we have? You know what's funny about this? If people could pick their heads up a little bit and look around the country. I just mentioned Vivek Ramaswamy announcing for governor yesterday, and he's got a clear shot. I mean, the AG there in Ohio, David Yost, may, I guess, continue this pipe dream of running against him, but Ramaswamy is going to roll there.
Yeah.
I know a lot of guys in Ohio. Ramaswamy wasn't involved in local politics there.
Mm-mm.
These guys never heard of him until he, burst onto the scene first when he wrote the book Woke Inc. And some people that are really, really inside baseball knew about him. They read an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal or something, but not really until he ran for president.
Right, and then he filled the lane that DeSantis didn't. He went on CNN. He went on MSNBC. He introduced himself to America. He came on our show. I mean,
yeah, but the point is not think about it at the state level.
Okay.
Because the question is, who do we have? I don't know. Who do we have? We have 13 million people. Illinois has 13 million people. Who do we have? You have to look around and say, who's some, jerkwater township committeeman? Who's some state legislator keeping a seat warm? That's what you have to choose from? Why? Who do we have? I don't know. You tell me. Am I the only one who knows anybody in Illinois? Do people listening, do you know people?
You should run.
Yeah. Honestly, the whole somebody has to deliver something to me on a silver platter. Otherwise, I just throw up my hand and say we don't have anybody. Well, we don't have anybody because of the attitude. This becomes a chicken and egg argument a bit, doesn't it? Don't tell me we don't have anybody. 13 million people and all the successful people in the state still. But Ohio has Ramaswamy and J.D. Vance. And J.D. Vance wasn't an elected office holder either before he ran for Senate. Ramaswamy's not an elected office holder before he ran for governor, and he's going to be the next governor.
Yep.
There's no effort to even think creatively about this. There's just fatalism as a cop-out. We don't have anybody. No, I know. The Republican Party is a disgrace. It is not an opposition party. But you also are wasting your time if you're waiting for the people with titles in that party, and those titles don't mean anything, and those people are completely useless. So stop worrying about them. Stop worrying about them. And worry about people who are useful, who do want to do something, who do want to, beat the streets a little bit for the candidates. And I'm not just talking about for governor and Senate, but up and down the ballot and so forth. You've seen it happen a little bit at the local level with local organizations and some candidates that have burst through. Reese in Des Plaines. Hey, Reese.
Reese. Hey, how are you? I have a name to suggest, Dan Proft.
Yeah.
Somebody great-minded just said that.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Reese. Mm-hmm.
Who else? I mean, who would you recommend?
I'm not recommending anybody. I'm not here to recommend anybody. I'm here to prompt people to think. Come up with your own recommendations.
Jeannie Ives.
Okay. Keep going. That's that's one. Leo, Wicker Park.
Yeah, hi. I think Illinois should just become the next province of Canada. We'd be a major import-export city. We'd have free health care. Our taxes would go down. And I think it's a good solution. And I think we'd succeed.
I'm all for it. If you get, I'm sure Trump would be on board. He'd be happy to sell northeastern Illinois to Canada. I'd be happy to support that. Send me the petitions. I'll circulate them. We can secede and we can also exile at the same time. Then the counties that are sensible can become part of Indiana, and there you go. Fine by me. I don't. I mean, what a commentary too. The idea that northeastern Illinois becoming a part of Ontario or something like that would result in a reduction in tax burdens. A socialist country like Canada and free health care. That's a hot one there, Leo. Free health care. Yeah, free health care in Canada would be like being on Medicaid here. Is that what you want? But I know that sort of reflection is beyond the ken of so many in Chicagoland, and thus we are where we are. George in Naperville.
Yes, Dan, are there any 85 Bears still alive that live in this state that could take these public offices and get the job done?
Great idea, George.
Because they haven't gotten the recognition they need yet. Dan, I don't know if you know that.
Jordan came back and wanted to run for governor. Michael Jordan.
Scottie Pippen, no.
I don't know. Does Hampton still live in Chicago? I think he does. Yeah. Chicagoland. Yeah, so I think maybe you could get Dan Hampton to run for governor. Not a bad idea.
McMahon's in Arizona.
But, I mean, I'm only half kidding. It's like thinking about something that is different. Rather than, because you can't really look around at office holders and say, well, here are some shining stars. There's a couple in the General Assembly, maybe. There's a couple of mayors, maybe.
What about
a couple
Keith
former
Pekow?
Elected officials, maybe. Yeah, Pekow's a good example. A couple of former elected officials, maybe. But you have to broaden your reach in thinking about this. And stop worrying about, what socialist is going to be teed up next to be the mayor of Chicago 2 years from now. All right. Coming up at 6:06. Oh, I guess we should turn our attention to Ukraine for a bit and the meeting that Macron had with President Trump yesterday. We'll do that at 6:06.
And did you know Rachel Maddow works for a racist television station? But now let's head into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
2 wounded in a domestic-related shooting in Mount Prospect. We'll have the latest. WIND Chicago News Time, 6 o'clock.
Federal workers are given a second chance. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. In a new post on X last night from DOGE's Elon Musk, who had stirred things up over the weekend, getting an email sent to federal employees ordering them to list 5 accomplishments. President Trump says,
if people don't respond, it's very possible that there is no such person or they're not working.
Now to that new Musk post. Fox's Madeline Rivera reports.
There is a second chance to respond. Failure to answer again will result in termination this time. But the Office of Personnel Management says agencies will be the ones to review responses and evaluate non-responses. They look into whether employees were on excused leave yesterday or whether they had access to their email over the weekend. The OPM also says agency heads can exclude some workers from this expectation at their discretion.
And the workers were told ultimately replying was voluntary. The House may vote today on a budget blueprint resolution, what President Trump calls one big beautiful bill to increase funding for the border and military and extend the Trump 2017 tax cuts. House Speaker Mike Johnson says,
my calendar has us passing this by probably the first week of April and getting it to the Senate so they can do their work on it.
But all Democrats oppose the plan, which includes $1.5 trillion or more in spending cuts, and 3 House Republicans suggest they may vote no. And with a slim GOP majority, that would reject the resolution. President Trump's warned Canada and Mexico the tariffs he delayed on their imports will be imposed next month, as he also plans retaliatory tariffs on goods coming to the U.S. from other places.
It'll be very good for our country. Our country will be extremely liquid and rich again.
Canada and Mexico could retaliate and put tariffs on American exports, leading to inflation concerns. Now an update on Pope Francis. He still remains in critical condition in Rome. He's battling double pneumonia in both lungs and has had some kidney issues, but the Vatican says the Pope has shown slight improvement. America's listening to Fox News.
41 degrees at 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Voters in Dalton will decide today whether to cast their ballot for embattled Mayor Tiffany Henyard. In her bid for re-election, Henyard is running against village trustee Jason House in today's primary.
Between 4,500 to 5,000 voters. I think we'll have some record numbers coming in at that, and their voice will be heard.
Henyard is under federal investigation over allegations of financial misconduct and missing from the campaign trail, instead putting out rap videos online. Also today in Arlington Heights, 3 candidates will vie for the open mayoral seat as the looming Bears Stadium project at the old Arlington racetrack spices up a normally vanilla race. 2 are wounded following a domestic-related shooting in Mount Prospect. Police say a man and woman were discovered with gunshot wounds yesterday in an enclosed shared garage of a condo along Northwest Highway. Jury selection resumes today in the trial of the Highland Park July 4 parade shooting suspect. 7 have agreed to decide the fate of Robert Cremo III. Attorneys and others are still looking to pick 5 more jurors. The judge says 6 alternates need to be selected as well. Opening statements are expected to begin today in the trial of the Plainfield landlord charged with murdering a Muslim boy in 2023. A panel of 12 jurors and 3 alternates were selected yesterday. Bulls snap a lengthy losing streak with a 142-110 win over the 76ers. Blackhawks visit Utah tonight. Big Ten hoops, the Fighting Illini host Iowa, and Northwestern will battle Minnesota at Williams Arena. The news, a service of Fox Valley Coins in Naperville. Easy to get to off I-88 on Route 59 in Naperville. Family-owned integrity since 1981. FoxValleyCoins.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Charlie Kirk sees the left scrambling to keep up.
Where is La Resistance? Axios, which is a mainstream media regime operation, has published an article claiming that worn-out whiners are whining so much about not being able to keep up with President Trump's shock and awe and rapid-fire policy.
The Charlie Kirk Show, afternoons at 1, right before Hugh Hewitt at 3 on AM 560. The Answer. Sign up for the AM 560 Answer Advantage to get early alerts on event ticket sales, special discounts, and contest opportunities. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/advantage.
Jeff Tischlar, author of High Tech versus the Highest Tech, has shared his knowledge of the spectacular things that we see in nature as opposed to what man has created, and how this should inform one's faith. Jeff served on the mission field all over the world and has created this highly illustrated and concisely written technical book. The easy-to-read format is understood from the youngest reader to the most intelligent and mature readers. Google and Amazon book reviews include, "This is the best little book I have ever read. It is amazing how much information is in this book." And a beautifully written and illustrated book. The author has a gift for describing complicated technical details in a very understandable style. This book is available now in paperback on Amazon. Search High Tech versus the Highest Tech by Jeff Tischlar. 100% of proceeds go to missions. That's High Tech vs. the Highest Tech by Jeff Tischlar.
When you hear the term living better, what do you think about? More money? A bigger house? Maybe a yacht? What about how you feel physically? How you wake up each day? How you sleep? What activities you can and cannot do? When you feel good, life is good. So if pain is affecting your life, see how Relief Factor can help. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, it doesn't just mask pain temporarily, it helps reduce or even eliminate pain. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. So give their 3-week quick start a try. It's only $19.95, less than $1 a day. And it just takes a phone call, 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Wherever you're hurting, in 3 weeks or even days, Relief Factor can give you a chance to rediscover the true meaning of living better again. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
MyPillow is excited to announce that they're having the first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 30% on their brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one Mike has worn every day for 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get the 2025 6-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. The initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And the best-selling standard MyPillow, just $14.98. To take advantage of the first ever mega sale, go to MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201 and use promo code LIBERTY. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship has sailed because right now every order ships absolutely free. MyPillow.com, promo code LIBERTY.
6:08, Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. Bloomingdale reported an accident, Army Trail and Glen Ellen Road. Addison, an accident, Addison Road and Lorraine. Bartlett, an accident, Route 25 and Bartlett Road. Bishop Ford jamming into the Ryan merge already, and the Ryan at 16 minutes into the Burns Circle interchange. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Now, your official Chicagoland weather forecast with Steve Williams.
A mild day today. Clouds and some sun. Our high today, 52. Turning cloudy tonight. Some rain toward dawn, low 37. Cloudy, mild, a bit of rain tomorrow morning, followed by some drizzle for the afternoon. High tomorrow at 52. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
41 at O'Hare, 41 Midway, 33 and partly cloudy in Aurora, 44 Lakefront. Your next news update, 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by In the Know with Wealth Management Group, hosted by Craig and Leslie Bolano Sunday mornings at 10. Learn more at investwithwmg.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Just a postscript on our discussion of mayor and governor in Illinois. Apparently, I got a text from a friend. Apparently, Dan Hampton, I thought he was still in the Burr Ridge area, but apparently he's in Northwest Indiana now, so he's out.
Oh, Ron Kittle, he's out. He's in Northwest Indiana. Gary Fensick, somebody texted in. Lori Lightfoot again. Gary McCarthy.
Was Lori Lightfoot on the 85 Bears? I don't recall that. I thought we were talking about outside not the same names that we've had to pour over for years and years, but interesting ones that would be outside the arena. Maybe we could get Mike Singletary to move back from Texas.
Oh, that would be great.
Jeremy Roenick to move back from Arizona. You only have to be I think you only have to be a resident for a year prior to the election in order to run. I think it's a year. Maybe it's 2. I can't remember now.
I was just reading text messages that people sent in. Rahm Emanuel, he's looking for a job.
Well, yeah.
These are the true.
I don't need somebody to tell me like Rahm Emanuel, Lori Lightfoot, Brian Hopkins, Billy Conway, Ali Giannoulias, Maria Pappas. I mean, Paul Vallis. I don't need somebody to tell me that. I'm trying to get people to think.
Yeah.
So text in something that reflects thought, not regurgitating what the NPR Times prints. Chet and Lyle, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Two ideas here. One I'm surprised nobody said yet. Keith Pekow.
Yeah, Amy said that. Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry, my miss. The other one, kind of up and comer, kind of pokes the bear here on the west suburbs. Josh McBroom in Naperville.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like Josh. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah. So I mean, that's what I have. Thanks.
Good. Thanks. Yeah. Local officials, maybe somebody that's had a successful business career, but also has a point. If I could just continue this. We've had people with successful business careers enter politics, but they don't have a point other than, maybe it'd be fun to have an office. I put that on my CV. Make sure that's included in my epitaph. That's what Jelly Belly's doing.
Pritzker and Ronner.
And Ronner did that too. Many politicians have done that. I'm saying with an actual point, to be a conservative reformer, to speak with moral clarity, to be on offense. Because that's the only way it's going to go the other way in Illinois. You're going to have to present something that is markedly different, not a watered-down version of what is. So, like these C-suite types that mill about at the economic club, that's not going to do it. And I don't care how big their checkbook is. So you have to really think creatively. Can't just be somebody who's rich or somebody who's successful in business. It needs to be more than that. Jim in Warrenville.
Morning.
Hey, Jim.
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
Number one, I don't think that Pritzker is going to run for re-election. I think that he's going to be up falling Durbin's seat.
No. Nope.
He's going to run for president.
Thanks for the call, Jim. Yeah, this is he needs to stay where he's at as a springboard to 28. That's the play. That's the only play. I mean, that Senate seat, that's already sort of in a category unto itself. Something else we're not talking about what Republican for that Senate seat. I don't know. We'll probably just concede it at this point, the way we're thinking about things. But that's your Robin Kellys and your Rajas and.
Good Lord. Yeah.
Krish Maruthi.
The most painful thing to ever watch is a Robin Kelly press conference. Oh, dear
boy.
Lord.
No, there's a lot of competition for that. Sarah in Glenview.
Yeah, hi. What about for Mayor, City Council Member Lopez? He's a guest on your program often.
Yeah, Ray Lopez.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean he's
he
one
ran
of
for
the
mayor.
He's one of the handful that are like rational.
Yeah.
You know, Ray Lopez, Silviano Tabares, Napolitano, Sposato, sometimes, kind of, sort of. But I mean,
Sposato wanted to reduce the speed limit to 25, which
it's just that the point. The point is that it's just that's not probably going anywhere. You have to think more asymmetrically.
We need an intellectual superstar who can communicate with the people.
Eileen in LaGrange Park.
Hey, Dan and Amy, how are you?
Good.
Good. I was thinking about Dan Ugasti. He's a state rep from the far west suburbs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know Dan. He's all right. Thanks for the call. No, Dan. Supported Dan. I mean, he's a good conservative. He hasn't exactly broken out into, prominence. I mean, this isn't. I don't want to make this all about Ugasti, but I mean, who is really rocking the boat? Who is really there when there needs to be a thoughtful, pointed opposition statement offered or play made? Yeah. And if you're in public office, you've certainly had the opportunities. And instead, what do we see? I know we see the Chicago Press Corps go to former Republicans that have spent the last decade working for Democrats. Like, I mean, I'm sorry that Jim Edgar had that pancreatic cancer diagnosis. I hope he recovers. I mean that. But Jim Edgar's been on the other side for a decade. Let's go to Jim Edgar, see what he thinks about Republicans. Let's go to Pat Brady, who is lobbying for Planned Parenthood right now in Springfield. See what he thinks about Republicans. And the Republican Party, these people in office, all of them, because everyone in office has a platform and, frankly, a responsibility. The members of Congress, too. And nobody calls it out. Just even that simple thing. If you don't have respect for your brand, then why would anybody else? Neil in LaGrange.
Hey, good morning, Dan. Good morning, Amy. Really doesn't matter who the candidate is until we get rid of these silly supermajorities. Their agendas are going to go nowhere. And then, Dan, why don't you run again? Talk about a firebrand. Talk about shaking things up.
Yeah, that's true.
But
Neil, until we get rid of these supermajorities, how do we get rid of these supermajorities? You have to win legislative races in the suburbs. So, as I said, we're talking top line, governor, Senate, statewide, so that I get the profile. But you can't find anybody in Downers Grove to run against that communist loon, Anastasia Murray, for example? Really? And I could go through the western burbs, and then I could go through the northwestern burbs, and then I could go through Lake County, and then I could go through Will County. And now I can go through Kane County, too. One after the other. But nobody's there? There's no talented, able-bodied, small C conservative, pragmatic, common sense conservative to run in what, until 5 minutes ago, were largely common sense conservative oriented districts. We lose, we throw up our hands, we give up. Run away. Joe in Hoffman Estates.
Hey, I think the people in Chicago would fall right in line and pick Joy Reid. She's looking for a job, and she'd probably win handedly.
Yeah, well, she wanted to move to Chicago. The waterworks yesterday, after we talked a bit about it at her termination over the weekend, and she took to the social media to express herself.
My show had value, and that I'm sorry. That
take your time.
That what I was doing had value, and in the end, I'm sorry. I try not to cry on TV.
Yeah, well, I know she doesn't have any tolerance for white people tears, even when there's not actually tears. But were supposed to be moved by Joy Reid's tears. Yeah, I'm a hard pass on that one. But you mentioned Chris Hayes or Rachel Maddow. I can't remember which one this is.
I think it was Rachel. She was on last night. And
yeah, she is
calling out her network, man.
Disgusted. Not disgusted enough to leave.
No, gosh forbid.
But she's disgusted to work for such a racist station that she's going to continue to work for.
And Joy is not taking a different job in the network. She is leaving the network altogether. And that is very, very, very hard to take. I am 51 years old. I have been gainfully employed since I was 12. And I have had so many different kinds of jobs, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. But in all of the jobs I have had, in all of the years I have been alive, there is no colleague for whom I have had more affection and more respect than Joy Reid. I love everything about her. I have learned so much from her. I have so much more to learn from her. I do not want to lose her as a colleague here at MSNBC. And personally, I think it is a bad mistake to let her walk out the door. It is not my call, and I understand that, but that's what I think. I will tell you, it is also unnerving to see that on a network where we've got two non-white hosts in primetime, both of our non-white hosts in primetime are losing their shows, as is Katie Fang on the weekend. And that feels worse than bad, no matter who replaces them. That feels indefensible, and I do not defend it.
Yep. Boy, it is indefensible that such white supremacists are in charge of MSNBC. Now, anyway, back to bashing Trump.
Oh, my gosh.
That's awesome. That's fun. Boy, it's been a lot of fun. I hope the fun doesn't. The fun is going to stop at some point. It's not going to be as fun, but for the last 4 weeks, it's been pretty fun. Chris in Barrington.
Hi, Amy, Dan. Love you guys. Listening to you in the morning, you really make my morning awesome. I was thinking of a political outsider about Melanie Thompson, the financial advisor, as a mayor for Chicago.
Melanie Thompson. I'm not familiar with her. Who is she?
She's married to that Hollywood producer, but she started her aerial investment here in Chicago.
Melanie
Hobbs. Sorry,
yeah. She's married to oh my gosh, he was going to have his Star Wars. George Lucas. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, Melody Hobson.
Melody Hobson.
Oh,
yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
Maybe we can get Michelle Obama back.
Thanks for the call, Chris. Well, I mean, she's she's a Democrat.
Yeah.
I understand you're talking about city of Chicago. It would be more competent than BLM Brandon or Triple Threat. That's a low bar. I mean, yeah, it doesn't. That's not going to represent the sort of paradigm shift that's required. I mean, the problem is, this is what the default play is to go to somebody that's a little bit more buttoned down and a little bit more professional and a little less antagonistic, and then it's the same policies, more or less. They're not rammed down people's throats the way that Triple Threat or BLM Brandon did it, or even the way that Jelly Belly does it, even though people don't seem to mind it as much for some reason. He does it the same way. I mean, how many imperious executive orders declaring states of emergency for 4 years before you start to pick up a pattern. But anyway, but change on the outside to protect continuity on the inside. You have to have the only play is to present a completely different vision. It cannot be a more palatable face guy for the same approach to government. And so you need to think past just somebody who is telegenic or successful or wealthy or some combination of all of those three, but has no core, has no point other than self-aggrandizement. That's the key. Are there people out there that you know that have a point other than epitaph material, other than status, other than hubris? I'm the guy who can turn this around, or gal who can turn this around. No, I have a point. I am going to present something that's just never been argued, or not for a long time, has not been argued in the modern era in Illinois, for the last 30 years. Name somebody who ran for significant office in Illinois, who presented a holistic, connected, conservative reform vision for governance in the city or the county or the state. I mean, Peter Fitzgerald, some people might say, kinda, but it really never sort of materialized into that. He was a conservative in the Senate, and then he's just, then it was just sort of a conservative moderate thing in the primary with Lolita, and then, of course, he's running against Carol Moseley Braun, and all he had to do was stay off TV and stay out of the way, and he was going to win back, at least at that time, in 98 in Illinois. This is different now. That's not what the landscape provides. The landscape doesn't provide for Jim Thompson or Jim Edgar or Bruce Rauner. If you think that, you're not updating your understanding of where things are. Just the same way people were so shocked that Paul Vallis would lose to Brandon Johnson. You are not updating your understanding of where the city is, and thus what the opportunity is, even if it's a decidedly unlikely path. I mean, the likely path is already charted. And it's charted by people who are committed to that path. So impersonating them is not going to get you past them on that path. You understand? Sean and Darian.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, I'm just a dumb bricklayer who does not have the chops. I have the fight, but obviously I don't have what else, the rest of what it takes, and that's fine. With the few people I do know that would be great, they're like me, in the late 50s. We are sick of this state. We're biding our time, 3 or 4 years left, and we're gone. I know it sounds shitty, but this is what the state does to you. So thanks for the time.
Yeah, I hear that. Well, that's the problem, is that we're losing more and more of the Seans from Darien with each passing hour and day and week and month and year. And so the irony is, the worse they make, I've been saying this for years because it's been happening for years, the worse they make it, the better it gets for them. So the sense of urgency that that sort of the pragmatic center right has not had has really cost them opportunities, in addition to making the wrong choices when they have had opportunities, like Jeannie Ives over Bruce Rauner in 2018. That would have changed.
So close.
That would have changed the trajectory of things. But we couldn't see our ways fit. Couldn't see our way fit to do that because the center right within the Republican Party leadership ranks, leadership in quotation marks, threw in with the machine, and then the left. Got to be a clean break. Oh boy, here's a blast from the past. Perry and Niles.
Oh, hi. Good morning. Look, I'm just spitballing this. I admit it. I don't know anything about this guy's politics. I know we're all supposed to hate criminal defense attorneys, but this guy checks a really important box.
Yeah.
Yeah, he seems to me to check a really important box. I don't think it's just a put on that he has a really beautiful family. He's got family values. I want to know what you think about Sam Adam Jr. Please.
Used to be a fill-in guest on the show for a long time.
Thanks for the call, Perry. Yeah, I've talked to Sam before. He's a little bombastic for my taste, but I kind of like him. I think he's sort of a conservative Democrat. That would be my handle on him, going from memory. I think he did have interest in running for office at some point, didn't he? Didn't he mull the idea of running for Congress or something? I think so. But anyway, decided to make money instead, which is also understandable. Yeah, I mean, I've been saying for a long time, it should be like American Idol. I mean, I'm not turning anybody away. I mean, I'll have my opinions on people that I know, but I'm not turning anybody away. Get up on stage and sing. Let's see. Let's hear it. That's what the approach should be, as opposed to the wait in line and, some group is going to pick candidates and then we're all just supposed to fall in line because you have a leadership title in the party. No, I don't think so. I've never thought that, which is why so much of the party has not liked me. But that's fine. I think it always should be an open casting call. And I don't think we do enough to publicize that it is an open casting call, and you don't have to have the blessing of me or anybody else to run. You just have to be able to put together something that is viable. And I think there's a lot of people that could do that if they were encouraged to do so. All right. Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
Welcome back to Ask Hassleus.
When is spring?
Today.
Huh?
Just purchase a Beauty Rest, Certa Perfect Sleeper, or Sealy Posturepedic from Hassleus Mattress today and get a free box spring.
Okay, but the arrival of spring.
Tomorrow.
What?
We'll deliver your mattress and free box spring tomorrow.
Are you the store with no employees?
Give your mattress a try with no pushy sales guy.
Plus a free box spring?
Yes.
Looks like spring's coming early this year.
Find your employee-free Chicagoland showroom at Hassleus.com.
Come on with this, people. Move it!
Did you really think you could make that company deliver yourself?
Oh, I cannot handle any more traffic.
You could be getting much more done at your place of business.
I've wasted 45 minutes and now this place is gonna close.
Time is money. Let Quick Delivery Service take on the traffic hassle for you. They'll deliver almost anything, from large pallets of materials to important documents, or both. No forms, no labels, no scanning. Just tell Quick Delivery Service where it's going, they'll pick it up, and get it to your destination quickly. Your cargo delivery is tracked in real time with GPS. Notifications are delivered right to your inbox. Visit QuickDelivery.com. That's QuickDelivery.com. Or you can deliver like this.
Seriously, another train?
Or get your delivery there on time with QuickDelivery.com. Or call 847-534-2244. 847-534-2244.
Enjoy uninterrupted programming from Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson around the clock, all day, every day, including daily replays of Chicago's Morning Answer on Dan and Amy 24/7. Listen now at danandamy247.com.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, doctors Economos, Gavalis, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidiscipline practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930, 630-830-4930, or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll hear from a couple of Social Spice Girls, Jasmine Crockett and ELN Omar, Fake Eyelashes Spice, Brotherly Love Spice. Talk a little bit more about the DOGE and get JP Morgan's Jamie Dimon's review of DOGE thus far. That's all at 6:36.
But first, let's head into that newsroom once again. Here's Mike Scott.
If memory serves me, Sam Adams was going to run for Cook County State's Attorney in 2014. If memory serves me correctly.
Cook County State's Attorney, is that what he was
I
like that?
think so, and he was going to run for Jesse Jr.'s seat, too.
Right. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Right,
Yeah.
and that never materialized for him as well.
But he was great. I mean, good family man. I mean, he's been here many times.
Yeah, he's
filling in.
entertaining. Yeah.
Yeah, he helped us out.
Yeah, a lot.
Covering the most recent trial at the Dirksen Federal Building as well. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents will, for now, be barred from targeting migrants in deportation stings in and around places of worship. A Maryland U.S. judge handing down that order yesterday. Delta Airlines investigating the source of an onboard haze that forced pilots to turn back to Atlanta. The flight departed for Columbia, South Carolina Monday morning and was back 30 minutes later. Police in Texas say a man was planning a mass casualty attack on police. The FBI arrested Seth Grigori Monday after learning Grigori was making threats against police in the town of Corpus Christi. Embattled New York City Mayor Eric Adams had it out with reporters yesterday.
Remove him. Why? I mean, did anyone ask the question why?
He called out fellow Democrats as well who pushed for his removal at a freewheeling City Hall news conference Monday afternoon. Apple announcing a big investment in the U.S., the tech giant revealing that over the next 4 years it will spend $500 billion. That includes building a brand new factory in Houston. Fabric and craft store giant Joann closing all of its locations. A liquidator has agreed to buy out all of Joann's assets, and going out of business sales will be held for Joann, founded in 1943. Voters in Dalton will decide today whether to cast their ballot for embattled Mayor Tiffany Henyard. Henyard running for re-election against village trustee in today's primary, that village trustee Jason House. Henyard has been missing from the campaign trail. Also today, we're watching candidates vie for the open mayoral seat in Arlington Heights. We're watching Aurora as Richard Irvin seeks a third term as well. 2 are wounded following a domestic-related shooting in Mount Prospect. Police saying a man and woman were found with gunshot wounds yesterday in an enclosed shared garage of a condo building along Northwest Highway. And a Burr Ridge man is accused of killing his mother with a sledgehammer, and a judge says Oscar Rodriguez will remain behind bars. He was denied pretrial release after being charged with murder and aggravated domestic battery in the death of Verna Rodriguez. The victim was found severely injured Friday night at her home. She died 2 days later. And a recall has been issued for some frozen shakes sold to nursing homes and long-term care facilities in Illinois and 20 other states after an outbreak of listeria was linked to several deaths. U.S. Food and Drug Administration saying the supplemental shakes are sold under the Lion Ready Care and Cisco Imperial brands. Bulls beat the 76ers 142-110. The Blackhawks visit Utah tonight. Big Ten hoops, the Fighting Illini host Iowa, while Northwestern travels to Minnesota. Spring baseball, Cubs a win over the Padres. White Sox blasted by the Rangers. The news, a service of almostfreeteeth.com. Overpaying for dental implants is over. If you have a Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP, you could save 90% off on average to get your smile back. Learn more. Check if you qualify. Almostfreeteeth.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The first weeks of the new Trump administration have been full speed ahead, making America great again.
It's going to only get better.
And on Tuesday, March 4th, President Trump will take a victory lap when he addresses Congress and the nation. And AM 560 is throwing a watch party.
They tell me it's very exciting.
Join us for dinner and President Trump's speech on March 4th in Rolling Meadows. Get your tickets at 560theanswer.com/watch. That's 560theanswer.com/watch. Sponsored in part by myvirago.com.
This is Hugh Hewitt for townhall.com. In his press briefing on Wednesday last week, President Trump commented on the Russia and Ukraine war and the administration's first steps to try and end that conflict. The most notable aspect of the presser is that we don't see what he sees about Ukraine's war of survival. The level of awful is probably off the charts. I fear some in legacy media would rather the president fail than Ukraine survive. There is an eagerness for catastrophe to befall 45-47, even if it also means a disaster for Ukraine. We are witnessing not just shuttle diplomacy underway, but shuttles diplomacy. Secretary Rubio, National Security Advisor Wall, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff are headed over here. Vice President Vance, retired General Kellogg are headed over there. There is an eagerness on the part of legacy media to create conflict among allies that is simply astonishing. The casualties are so enormous that anyone on the outside trying to look in could, perhaps, give it a rest until, say, Easter. I'm Hugh Hewitt.
You heard me talk about Relief Factor and how so many people enjoy a better, more pain-free life because of it. If you're dealing with everyday pain, it makes sense you'd want to try it first. Well, Relief Factor makes that pretty pain-free too with their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Relief Factor doesn't just mask pain temporarily, it helps reduce or eliminate pain. Visit relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF, 800-4RELIEF for Relief Factor.
Healthcare is complicated. It doesn't have to be. If you don't love how your health insurance works, maybe it's time to leave traditional health insurance behind. Take charge of your healthcare with Christian Healthcare Ministries. CHM offers you flexibility. Enroll anytime, choose your own provider, and select the program that fits your needs and budget. CHM is the original faith-based way of taking care of your medical bill costs. Learn more at chministries.org/wellness.
You can hear this today at PreggerTopia.com.
Folks, Larry Elder has the latest Prager University course, and it's titled JFK, Democrat or Republican?
Well, I think the first place to start is the way he looked at life. And Kennedy once famously said, life is unfair. And it's as simple a proposition as that sounds, that is not a proposition that I think the left faces right now.
Hear the entire episode. It's for Preggertopia members only. Go to PreggerTopia.com.
As a local business owner, you get called every week by marketing companies. We get it. We have hundreds of satisfied customers. Here's what a satisfied client recently said.
Open enrollment is going great. We're hitting record numbers. Thank you so much for this report. It really is amazing to see how the marketing is really shaping our enrollment around the city.
If you're a local business and ready for the next step, visit surroundchicago.com right now. Our experts are ready to help you take your marketing to the next level. Visit surroundchicago.com today. Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of many award-winning natural hair products from New Nordic. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
641 Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. And this update is a service of Straight Talk Wireless. Don't let data limits hold you back from being the master in the family group chat. Switch to Straight Talk Wireless. Get real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. The Kennedy right now at 35 minutes. O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. Stevenson right now at a heavy 51 into Lakeshore Drive. The Dan Ryan 20 minutes and climbing right now 95th into the Circle Tri-State. You got a slow ramp to the outbound Eisenhower. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Mild day ahead, clouds and sunshine and a high of 52. Turning cloudy with a bit of rain overnight, low 37. Partly cloudy and 40 right now. Your next news update is at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Scott Tucker Solutions and his show Retirement Decoded. Sunday mornings at 8. Learn more at scotttuckersolutions.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. I've got it. I'm going to send this up the flagpole and see if Elon and the DOGE boys salute. I know how to solve that $2 trillion budget deficit. Now, I'm not saying this idea is going to eliminate the national debt, but at least the $2 trillion budget deficit. You ready?
I'm sitting down and waiting.
The NSA sex chat forums charge $1.99 a minute to listen to them or read them. But it'd be better if they actually, talk to you like the old sex phone calls from the day. I understand.
Yes, sure you do.
Remember the $1.99 a minute and somebody talks dirty to you?
Oh, yeah.
I guess that's been updated to like OnlyFans, but I don't know if you want to see NSA staffers or IC staffers in the intelligence community, in an OnlyFans in a full visual setting, maybe just, because you want the imagination because they're probably not as attractive as some of those OnlyFans people. Uh-huh. So I've heard. The intel community according to internal documents obtained by Chris Rufo, had sex chat forums. Chat logs from the National Security Agency's Intel Link messaging program feature wide-ranging discussions on sex, kink, polyamory, and castration.
What?
One popular chat topic was male-to-female trans surgery, which involves surgically removing the penis and turning it into an artificial vagina, you may have heard.
Yeah, and they stick it back up in there. It's so
Hello.
fun. It doesn't hurt at all, really. It tickles.
Quote, "Mine is everything," said one male who claimed to have had gender reconstruction surgery. "I found that I like being penetrated.
Oh,
but
boy.
all the rest is just as important as well." Another intelligence official boasted that genital surgery allowed him to, quote, "wear leggings or bikinis without having to wear a gaff under it." What's a gaff? Don't tell me. These employees also discussed their hair removal, estrogen injections, and the experience of sexual pleasure post-castration. Quote, "Getting my butthole zapped by a laser was shocking," said one trans-identifying Intel employee who spent thousands on hair removal. Quote, "Look, I just enjoy helping other people experience boobs," said another about estrogen treatments.
Are we reading from the Babylon Bee?
I'm not kidding.
We're not reading from the Babylon Bee.
This is from the Manhattan Institute City Journal, not a parody outlet.
Okay.
Quote, "One of the weirdest things that gives me euphoria is when I pee, I don't have to push anything down to make sure it aims right," a Defense Intelligence Agency employee said.
You can always sit down, but okay.
Okay, Larry David. Yeah. Yeah.
This is kind of grotesque, but I don't really.
According to sources, the sex chats were legitimized as part of the National Security Agency's commitment to, say it with me,
DEI?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Activists within the agency use the LGBTQIA2S+++++++++++++ employee resources groups to turn their kinks and pathologies into official work duties. According to one current NSA employee, these groups spent all day recruiting activists and holding meetings with titles such as privilege, ally, awareness, pride, and transgender community inclusion. And they did so with the full support of the NSA leadership, which declared that DEI was not only mission critical, but mission imperative. Mission critical, mission imperative. I'm not sure I understand the distinction, but it was important. I got that. And of course it's important because if you don't have employees in a place where they feel comfortable talking about getting their buttholes zapped, then you compromise our national security.
312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line. You can also text us on that very same line.
How about that?
Things you do at work.
NSA sex chats. I'm telling you, that's a $1 billion windfall for the taxpayers just waiting to happen. Also this, on a more, well, and I wouldn't say serious, because that's serious. That's literally what was going on at the National Security Agency and the Defense Intelligence Agency. I mean, good grief. So that's serious, but in a little less salacious note, more just straight dollars and cents. Department of Government agencies often have software licenses, more software licenses than employees, and the licenses are often idle, paid for but not installed on any computer. For example, at GSA, this is from DOGE, they're posting all this stuff, transparency. At GSA, General Services Administration, with 13,000 employees, there are 37,000 WinZip licenses. There's 13,000 employees.
Okay.
19,000 training software subscriptions and multiple parallel training software platforms. 7,500 project management software seats for a division with 5,500 employees. 3 different ticketing systems running in parallel. And DOGE reports that fixes are actively in the works. The Social Security Administration completed the same software audit. Initial findings, 4 redundant survey tools ranging from $118,000 to $1.8 million per year in terms of licensing fees. Paying for 10,000 UiPath licenses, only using 5,000. Paying for 20,600 Tableau licenses, only using 11,500. I mean, it's those sorts of things that could be done as a matter of course if the culture within government was different that DOGE is identifying. That's not just cutting, that's making more efficient, right? I mean, that's where the waste piece of this goes in, is just the recklessness with other people's money because who cares? DOGE has also launched, I like this too, because what are the two questions that we should always ask? All of us. And if so-called journalists ask these questions, we'd have a lot better information that we're working off collectively. From the Edgar County Watchdogs, here, citizen journalists in Illinois. Who says, what proof do you have? Who says what you're alleging? Prove it. So DOGE just put up its wall of receipts and an agency efficiency leaderboard. You know, it's competition. I like it. Right now, the surprise, surprise, the Department of Education is at the top of the wall of receipts. They're leading in savings achieved, with GSA and EPA rounding out the top three cost cutters. The website now displays 2,200 terminated contracts, including two $9 million Consumer Fraud Protection Bureau training programs and $2.47 million HHS office space cuts. Total savings hits $55 billion across fraud detection, contract cancellations, and regulatory challenges. The wall of receipts and the agency efficiency leaderboard. Agencies competing on the cost savings front. I like that idea, too. Guess who else does? Jamie Dimon, J.P. Morgan, who knows all about the how cumbersome big organizations can be, even in the private sector, like the big bank he runs.
Here's what I support, okay? The government and everybody would know the government's inefficient, not very competent, and it needs a lot of work. And so you and I, it's not just waste and fraud, it's outcomes. Why are we spending the money on these things? Are we getting what we deserve? You know, what should we change? So I think doing that needs to be done. Remember, it was tried by Al Gore and Bill Clinton. It was tried by a bunch of other folks in the past. Yes, they should try. You have to understand that whenever you go to any big institution or the government, the bureaucracy pushes back on everything. And they will hear every little thing they're going to push back on. So you have to be strong if you're going to do it. I'm hoping it's quite successful. You know, if there's overreach, things they're doing which are not legal, the court should stop it. But I'm hoping that's not the case. But again, it's very early stages to tell exactly what it's going to mean and how it's going to affect the economy.
Is success defined by bringing down the deficit?
I think ending fraud and waste and abuse, if it brings down the deficit, yes, but also making systems more, I mean, if you just identify that we can build better systems across these departments that will more effectuate the jobs it's supposed to do, you know, modern technology, like the FAA, you've heard about the FAA, absolutely should be doing that. Now, some of them may actually cost money in the long run, but in the short run, but it'll save a lot of money in the long run, and it saves lives. So we have to learn to do the thing right. It's not just about the deficit, it's about building the right policies, procedures, and the government we deserve.
Yeah, as long as you protect the sex chat rooms at NSA, that's the important thing for me. Interestingly, Harvard-Harris polling out general support. Now, this is not without peril. Maybe we'll get to that a little bit later in the show. You can overplay your hand on this stuff, but right now, 3/4 of Americans support undertaking a full-scale effort to find and eliminate fraud and waste in government expenditures. It's not sacrosanct. They, by a 2-to-1 margin, eliminate all references by race in hiring and awarding of government contracts. Cutting government expenditures that were already allocated by Congress, 59% support. Freezing and reevaluating all foreign aid expenditures in the department that handle them, 63% support. So, I mean, on this score, generally in this DOGE realm, President Trump and Elon Musk have decidedly popular support. Joe, East Dundee.
Yeah, why should the American taxpayer subsidize the largest corporations in this country?
Shouldn't.
You know, I agree with tax fraud and abuse, you know, but if you got the money, why should we have to pay for your people's health care?
Thanks for the call, Joe. Yeah, I mean, the healthcare system is a whole nother conversation, but yeah, generally speaking, right, get the government out of picking winners and losers. And I think even though he's been a beneficiary of government policies picking winners and losers, I think you have support from Elon Musk on that score. Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Maha starts with Virago, making America healthy again. With the worst flu season in years, you need an immune system boost. The stronger your immune system, the stronger your body fights and defends against So get Virago. Virago Immune Enhancement Support is a unique blend of 23 nutraceuticals, ingredients that have been available as individual nutraceuticals, but now working in synergy to maximize their effects. Recommended by medical physicians, dentists, and other healthcare professionals, Virago is the nutraceutical cocktail for immune support. Developed to strengthen your immune system for quick response to immune challenges, for short and long-term immunity, antiviral, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant. It even protects your heart, kidneys, liver, all in a unique liquid supplement for better absorption. Order online at myvirago.com. That's myvirago.com. myvirago.com. Use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. Quality ingredients for optimum health. Maha. Making America healthy again starts with Virago.
Are you an administrator, staff member, or parent volunteer at a private school? Would you like to grow your current enrollment and welcome new families to your school? If so, we want to tell you about a great opportunity to help increase enrollment and promote your school to families all across Chicagoland. It's called ChicagolandSchoolVouchers.com. They work to connect private schools with new families who are looking for discounted first-year tuition. In exchange, your school will receive a marketing campaign to help grow your enrollment. Chicagoland School Vouchers does all the work to bring new families together with your school and help you expand your reach. They've been working with schools across Chicagoland for over a decade. As the demand for school choice grows here in Illinois, your private school needs to take advantage of this program. To learn more, just visit ChicagolandSchoolVouchers.com. That's ChicagolandSchoolVouchers.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
That sound means it's time for our weekly installment of In-Depth History with Frank, the history teacher from Arlington Heights, because there's nothing new in this world, just the history that you don't know and Frank does. Frank, take it away.
Good morning. The Great Game is a phrase given to the centuries-long contest between Russia and England, and now the USA, over who controls Central Asia. But a greater game in many ways is the battle for the vast resources of Siberia, as whoever can ultimately exploit them could rule the world. Hitler certainly knew this when he launched Operation Barbarossa in 1941. Luckily, he was stopped short of Moscow, as his actual aim was to raze the city to the ground and then extend Nazi control east over the Ural Mountains and south to the Caucasus, using the area as the resource base for his 1,000-year Reich. Now, Russia became an empire once it sent explorers east, culminating in Vitus Bering's claiming of Alaska in 1741, leading to their control of a territory that now spanned 13 time zones. The Romanovs were never able to develop this icy tundra because of the extreme cold, but also Siberia's major rivers like the Ob, Yenisei, and Lena all flow north into the Arctic, which leads to massive flooding in the warmer seasons. So Siberia became Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago instead. George Friedman of Stratfor asserts that the primary foreign policy goal of the United States since World War II has been to ensure that no single power dominates Eurasia. This was the raison d'etre for George Kennan's containment strategy, the Truman and Eisenhower doctrines, Nixon's meeting with Mao, and Reagan's rollback. But things have changed. China's Belt and Road Initiative poses a new threat of Eurasian dominance. So President Trump knows we must complete our manifest destiny, and therefore talks of annexation of Canada and Greenland. He also hints at a grand bargain with Putin. Could that include our own North American Belt and Road connection, leading to backdoor access to Siberia's vast mineral wealth?
Interesting. Operation Barbarossa, wasn't that named after John Travolta's character in Welcome Back, Kotter?
Yes, I believe so.
I think so.
He was a funny character.
Yeah. So that's an interesting take, is that the mineral deal could be the beginning of the United States' own Belt and Road style initiative.
Well, it's going to become a more multipolar world. You know, after World War II, I think we were something like 2/3 of the world economy, and now we're something like 25 to 30%. So we're going to need to become even more of a continental power than we were before, and that may very well include union with Canada and annexation of Greenland, and then some sort of road leading into Western Siberia and some sort of agreement with the Russians. That'll counter China.
Good stuff, Frank. Thank you as always. We'll pick up where we left off with Frank with Julia Strauss, British journalist, at 7:07.
But now into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
2 are wounded in a domestic-related shooting in Mount Prospect. Jury selection resumes later today in the trial of Highland Park shooting suspect Robert Cremo III. A Burr Ridge man is charged with killing his mother with a sledgehammer and denied pretrial release. Tiffany Henyard faces tough competition in a Dalton primary today. And WIND Chicago News Time is 7 o'clock.
If they didn't reply, they're being given a second chance. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. DOGE's Elon Musk giving federal workers another chance to respond, warning if they don't, they'll be fired. After last night's first deadline passed to reply to Musk's initial demand, they send an email justifying their jobs.
The response rate was pretty low to that email, considering that the Office of Personnel Management told the people that they manage, federal workers, they did not have to reply to it. It was optional to send back 5 things that they did last week. And so now Elon Musk is saying the email request was utterly trivial, as the standard for passing the test was to type some words and press send. Yet, so many failed even that inane test.
Fox's Peter Ducey at the White House. House Republicans are planning a vote on the Trump agenda.
So the way to do that is with one big, beautiful bill.
House Speaker Mike Johnson pushing a budget blueprint resolution with more funding for the border and the military, extending the 2017 Trump tax cuts tied to more than $1 trillion in spending cuts to Medicaid and other programs. Democratic Congressman Brendan Boyle says,
this budget is a Republican betrayal of the middle class. It guts the very programs millions of Americans rely on.
There's continued pushback to the Trump immigration and customs enforcement raids targeting people here illegally who've committed crimes.
Fox News has learned anti-ICE activists have been banding together to interfere with ICE operations in the Los Angeles area. They've even gone so far as to put up posters featuring images and personal information of ICE officers working in Southern California to warn migrants ahead of time.
Fox's Sue Guzman. Now an update on Pope Francis, who still remains in critical condition in Rome. Fox's Lauren Green reports from there.
The Pope slept well last night, and we're told he's even watching some TV a little bit. Doctors said last night the Holy Father's clinical conditions in their critical state show a slight improvement.
The 88-year-old Pope is battling pneumonia and kidney issues. America's listening to Fox News.
7:02 is our time. 39 degrees on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Voters in Dalton will decide today whether to cast their ballot for embattled mayor there, Tiffany Henyard. In her bid for re-election, Henyard is running against village trustee Jason House in today's primary.
We're thinking we'll hit up to between 4,500 to 5,000 voters. I think we'll have some record numbers coming in at that, and their voice will be heard.
Ironically, both were part of the same ticket in 2021. Henyard is under a federal investigation over allegations of financial misconduct. Also today in Arlington Heights, 3 candidates will vie for an open mayoral seat. And in Aurora, former Illinois GOP candidate for Governor Richard Irvin is seeking a third term in Illinois' second largest city. Jury selection will resume later today in the trial of the Highland Park July 4 parade shooting suspect Robert Cremo III. The judge and lawyers still need to pick 5 more jurors and 6 alternates. Opening statements are expected to begin today in the trial of the Plainfield landlord charged with the murder of a Muslim boy in 2023. A panel of 12 jurors and 3 alternates were selected yesterday to decide the fate of Joseph Chuba. A natural gas pipe replacement project in Illinois has been given the go-ahead to proceed, but regulators are demanding more oversight and less cost to consumers. After a year-long investigation, the Illinois Commerce Commission ordered Peoples Gas to change its approach and only replace the pipes that are failing.
The big picture is that the Commission wants a much more streamlined, focused program that ultimately we believe will mean less rate hikes for customers while also making us safer.
PIRG's Abe Scar, just under 80% of respondents in a brand new poll say they were disapproving of the job that Mayor Brandon Johnson is doing in Chicago. The overwhelming disapproval comes from a survey of nearly 700 likely Chicago voters. Bulls embarrass the 76ers 142-110. Blackhawks take on Utah tonight. Spring baseball, Cubs 10-5 winners over the Padres. Sox surrender 9 in the first and fall to the Rangers 11-3. The news, a service of Quick Delivery Service. When you need reliable same-day delivery to clients, Quick Delivery will customize a logistics plan to pick it up and move it safely to its destination. Trust their 40 years of experience for peace of mind at quickdelivery.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Hugh Hewitt sees movement in the war in Ukraine.
President Trump has called both Putin of Russia and President Zelensky of Ukraine. Now, how do we get out of this? There's got to be a way for both sides to claim that they won something. For Putin not to lose face, and for Zelensky not to lose his country.
The Hugh Hewitt Show. Afternoons at 3, right before Sean Thompson at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
There is a place in northern Illinois that people have come from all around the globe seeking treasure.
It's amazing. I didn't know what to expect, but when I got there, I was surrounded by all kinds of gold and silver.
An actual place where you're surrounded by treasure?
I've known that gold and silver were a good investment, but I really didn't want to buy it through the mail. At Fox Valley Coins, I basically walked in, picked out what I wanted, paid cash, and walked out with gold and silver.
Walk in with paper and walk out with actual gold and silver bars. For decades, Fox Valley Coins has traded paper dollars for actual gold and silver. They buy and sell. The treasure map is available at foxvalleycoins.com. They are on Route 59, 1 light north of I-88 in Naperville, Illinois. Again, for info and the map, seek foxvalleycoins.com.
When you hear the term living better, what do you think about? More money? A bigger house? Maybe a yacht? What about how you feel physically? How you wake up each day? How you sleep? What activities you can and cannot do? When you feel good, life is good. So if pain is affecting your life, see how Relief Factor can help. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, it doesn't just mask pain temporarily, it helps reduce or even eliminate pain. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. So give their 3-week quick start a try. It's only $19.95, less than $1 a day. And it just takes a phone call, 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Wherever you're hurting, in 3 weeks or even days, Relief Factor can give you a chance to rediscover the true meaning of living better again. Visit relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
So how's the separation going? Are you guys able to work things out?
No. I think we're headed for divorce.
That sucks. Gonna be an expensive legal battle?
Well, no, that's one thing we agree on, actually. Arbitration.
Arbitration? Like mediation?
Sort of, but better. We'll have a firm decision.
Oh, that's easier. Who's your arbitrator?
Bert Hochberg.
That attorney at Schiller, DeCanto, and Fleck?
Yeah, senior partner. Comes highly recommended.
Are you facing divorce or a family law issue? Burton S. Hochberg offers arbitration services, a dispute resolution process that will save you time, money, and the complexity of litigation. Let Burton hear and resolve your claims with choices that best suit you and yours. To discuss, call Bert directly. Or even better, have your attorney call Bert at 773-255-6150. That's 773-255-6150. Again, 773-255-6150. No one knows arbitration like Bert Hochberg. Why go through a difficult divorce? Call Bert at Schiller, DeCanto, and Fleck, Chicago's preeminent family law firm since 1981.
7:08. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. Eden's right now at 20 minutes. Lake Cook Road to the junction. The Kennedy climbing 45 now, O'Hare into the Circle interchange. The Ike inbound a solid hour from 390 into the old post office. Stevenson, 1 hour into Lakeshore Drive from I-355. Stop and go on the Tri-State in the locals, northbound between the Reagan and the Ike. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast with Steve Williams.
A mild day today. Clouds and some sun. Our high today, 52. Turning cloudy tonight. Some rain toward dawn, low 37. Cloudy, mild, a bit of rain tomorrow morning, followed by some drizzle for the afternoon. High tomorrow at 52. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
39 at O'Hare. Next news, 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Boy, the chicken hawks in D.C., like Pagliacci Schumer, who back in the day would have blanched when Reagan called the Soviet Union the evil empire. Now he's a big tough talker on Putin. And he posted this message yesterday in response to the Trump administration's approach to trying to author a armistice in Eastern Europe.
It's 3 years since the vicious bully Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine. And what is Donald Trump doing today? Sucking up to this vicious bully, Putin. You know what we've learned in history? You suck up to bullies, you pay the price. And America will pay the price down the road. This man has killed tens of thousands of innocent civilians. He's invaded Ukraine. And what does Donald Trump do? Suck up to him. Say, how can I help you? Because Trump, throughout his life, has had a fascination and admiration for autocrats, for brutal people, for people who lie.
Mm-hmm. Well, Trump was singing a different tone yesterday than he was on Friday, when he was rather perturbed by Zelensky and sort of poor-mouthing the idea that the U.S. and Ukraine could get a deal done on rare earth minerals, saying something very different yesterday in his press avail with Macron, who is in town.
I will be meeting with President Zelensky. In fact, he may come in this week or next week to sign the agreement, and which would be nice. I'd love to meet him. Would meet at the Oval Office. So the agreement's being worked on now. They're very close to a final deal. It'll be a deal with rare earths and various other things, and he would like to come, as I understand it, here to sign it, and that would be great with me. I think they'd then have to get it approved by their council or whoever might approve it, but I'm sure that.
And then Macron did an extended sit-down with our friend Brett Baer. And Macron, you know, socialist from France.
Right.
Striking a very different tone than the socialists in America vis-a-vis Trump. Talking about his optimism about the prospect of a process to bring about peace. Need more than a ceasefire, but there's optimism.
My concern is that we have to go fast. But we need something first, a truce which could be assessed and checked, and full-fledged negotiation.
So a ceasefire?
Yes, but be careful, because in 2014 we had a ceasefire with Russia. And I can tell you by experience, because I was in charge with Germany to follow up the ceasefire in its respect. It was violated every time by Russia. And we didn't react, all of us. And I can tell you as well by experience, because there was one meeting between President Putin and President Zelensky in history. One. It was in Paris in December 2019. And because there was a lack of credibility of our collective deterrence, in February 2022, Putin decided to invade Ukraine. So this is why I think it's feasible to have a truce at least and start negotiating for a sustainable peace. But we need something substantial for Ukraine, for the Europeans and their security, for the US and its credibility.
Security guarantees, trust but verify. You're not going to take Putin at his word, understandable. But it was interesting to hear Macron concede the point that it was a collective security failure that encouraged Putin to build on his taking of Crimea and invade Ukraine again in search of, well, at least Donbass, if not the entire country. Something else that was interesting is Macron, despite David Brooks and others suggesting that this mineral deal that's proposed by Trump between the United States and Ukraine is some sort of paying tribute to an imperial power, Macron didn't see any problem with it.
What are you willing to commit to get to that ceasefire, or whatever you want to call it, the stopping of the war?
For me, the sequence should be the following. Negotiation between U.S. and Russia and U.S. and Ukraine. And I think President Trump announced today his willingness to have a short-term meeting with President Zelensky is super important. First, to have a truce. I think it could be done in the weeks to come. Truce on air, sea, infrastructures. If it is not respected, it will be the best evidence of the fact that Russia is not serious. During this period of time, we negotiate on security guarantees, land and territories, and it will be the responsibility of the Ukrainian president. Reconstruction. The US will have the deal on critical minerals and rare earths and so on.
Fine with that?
Yeah, and I think it's very important because it's one of the best ways to have the US commitment in the Ukrainian sovereignty.
And then finally, Macron, and I mean, there was more to it, but another important piece was Macron building on that sort of concession of the failed security provisions of the West vis-a-vis Ukraine, and the recognition that Western Europe needs to do more, that the security guarantees will be led by Western Europe with the United States as a backdrop. That's the construct that he's proposing.
Our fair share of the burden, it's in Europe. We are engaged. I spoke with 30 leaders, European leaders and allies. A lot of them are ready to be part of such a deal, such a security guarantees in any way. But all of them said, okay, but if we were attacked, let's imagine once again that Russia could violate this treaty. What will happen? They need this message from the US, solidarity. And I think this is very important, and this is what we worked in details today, and this is what your president very clearly announced this morning. For me, this is what we have to negotiate and finalize. If we manage to do so, with clearly the agreement of Ukraine for what its sovereignty.
At the table, yeah.
And with the agreement of the Europeans, as this is European security, and the agreement of the US for this solidarity and this backstop, I think we have a deal.
For more on all of this, all of these developments, we're pleased to be joined by Julia Strauss, British journalist, former bureau chief for the Daily Telegraph's Moscow office. He's also, interestingly, a wilderness guide and bear behavioralist.
Oh, wow.
He runs Wild Bear Lodge, a bear viewing lodge in British Columbia. His Substack is backtothe.substack.com. Julia Strauss, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hi.
I kind of want to talk to you more about the Wild Bear Lodge, but maybe we'll get to that.
We will, yeah.
So what do you think about sort of these developments, particularly as memorialized yesterday by Macron?
I think we have to be very careful to distinguish between what Macron wants and what he's going to say in public with Donald Trump sitting next to him. Mm-hmm. The Europeans have a huge problem, which is that up until now, they've depended entirely on the U.S. for their own security. Even sort of the British Army is basically unable to operate without American support and without American cooperation. And the same goes for most European armies. There's simply a lot of military capabilities that they don't have that they've sort of given over to the U.S. during the last 80 years, rightly or wrongly. And so all the Europeans, including the Brits, who are no longer part of the European Union, are sitting there thinking, what the hell do we do if Trump pulls the equipment out and goes home? We are all in a hell of a lot of trouble. So it's not that Macron wants the mineral deal to go ahead. he's decided which hill he's going to fight on and which hill he's not going to fight on. He was quite insistent in the press conference that, we acknowledge that Russia was the aggressor, which is something that the Trump administration seems to be hesitant on. But he gave ground on this issue of minerals. So this was a very sort of carefully crafted performance by Macron from a very, very weak position with a very sort of low set of cards. So we'll have to see how it plays out in the coming days.
And the suggestion Macron made in that interview as well is that along with the UK, that they would be open-minded to peacekeeping troops. This would all have to be sketched out, but that, again, trying to assert more, and as you say, perhaps to make it clear in the presence of Trump that we're going to do more, and we know what more is expected of us, and we're going to do more. And here I am talking about the U.S. being the backstop, and I'm talking about us providing peacekeeping troops to essentially provide some of the security guarantees to any deal that's cut.
Yes. The one thing is this: when we think of peacekeeping, there's a sort of a difference between peacekeeping and peace enforcing, and just how active these troops are and what they do if things go wrong. Realistically, the Europeans cannot provide an effective peacekeeping force. Zelensky said, it would require between 100,000 and 200,000 troops. We're talking about a 600-mile front line here. And even that would not be enough to repel a Russian incursion or Ukrainian incursion for that matter. What we're talking about is something much, much, much less than that. And they're calling it sort of different things. They're calling it an assurance force, which sounds anything but assuring to me. The British Army at the moment can probably field something in tens of thousands of soldiers at one time. The French perhaps a little bit more. There's no way that they can do this realistically without European backing, without American backing. Now, if there's no American backing, it doesn't mean they can't deploy anybody into Ukraine. It just means that force would be much more of a sort of a light observer mission that could report back on things going wrong, which we had after 2014 in Ukraine. There was an observer mission that sort of sat there and recorded the number of times that each side violated the ceasefire. So don't think a sort of a tough force along the border holding back anybody. It's going to be something much less substantial than that. But even to do that, they really need the Americans to say, look, if you get into a lot of trouble and if your guys start getting killed, we will come and help you out. Without that, it's going to be even more difficult to deploy anybody, really.
Well, what does Vladimir Putin want?
Putin has certain war aims, and Trump has already given him some of those, has fulfilled some of those war aims. At least he's said them, even if they haven't yet been granted. One thing Putin wants is he wants control of Ukraine. He wants Ukraine to be either, completely under his forces and his politicians and so on, or at the very least he wants, what he has right now to be in Russia, the 20% of Ukraine, and the other 80% to be beholden to him. He does not want Ukraine in NATO, and he certainly doesn't want any Western troops there for any length of time. That's his sort of number one war aim. But his number two war aim is bigger than that. He wants international recognition. He wants to be back at the top seat. Russia is, I love Russia, and I lived there for years and years, and I still have lots of Russian friends, but Russia is a fading empire, and Putin is having a hard time accepting that. I'm a Brit, and perhaps we had a hard time accepting our fading empire after the Second World War. I don't know. But Putin still thinks that Russia should be a top dog in the world, and everything from its economy and its demographics point to the fact it is no longer a top dog. And then the third thing he wants explicitly is he wants all NATO troops out of Eastern Europe. That is something that Trump hasn't addressed yet, and I don't think it's going to happen. But Trump has certainly given him quite a bit of what he wants already, if that turns out to be enshrined in some kind of peace deal.
Yeah, but what are the alternatives in terms of trying to get a peace deal that you believe Putin will abide? I mean, if you don't want to, I guess, provide sort of open-ended aid to the Ukrainians that maybe they don't even want at this point. I mean, Zelensky's sort of offered middling rhetoric about the desire to fight on and try to recapture the territory that was lost.
No, absolutely. I mean, Ukraine is not in a position to recapture any territory, certainly not at the moment. But the bigger question with Russia is, I mean, an analogy I might use is that you've got an aggressive dog and you throw it a big chunk of steak. Is that going to help matters, or is it going to make matters worse? Well, the dog might take the steak and take it home and say, thank you very much. That was a nice steak. I'm going to go home now. Or it could just say, you know what? I've got that. I'm going to keep pushing for more. And most of what we see from Russia suggests they're going to keep pushing for more. They now have reoriented their entire economy towards making war. Putin has gone to his people and said, it's not about Ukraine. We are now at war with the West. So I accept that there are differences of opinion on this. But most people think that if Putin is rewarded for this Ukraine grab, then he will simply reconstitute his army, wait 3 or 4 years, and start moving into other countries. And we've seen signs of this already. So we've seen Russia do an effective sort of political takeover in Georgia, the former Soviet Republic of Georgia. He's pushing into Moldova. He's making trouble in Transnistria, which is another sort of small separatist area. So the notion that this is going to be contained within Ukraine, I'd like to be an optimist and say, yes, that's what's going to happen. But every sort of political sense I have tells me that that's not going to happen, that Russia is going to keep coming until it has to pay a very high price and decides that it's not worth paying that.
Well, therein lies the rub, isn't it? I mean, I can concede your point about the peril going forward, even if there is an armistice that's agreed to, because of Putin's ambitions. However, Russia paying a high price. So what does that look like, and at whose hands? And because all of these politicians in the West talking tough, like you heard from Chuck Schumer, I mean, they're not talking about imposing a high price on Putin. I mean, they want to pretend that like sanctions is a high price or funding, providing more weapons to Ukraine is a high price, but it isn't. That's not what you're talking about. You're talking about a high price that beats him back, and that requires the sort of engagement that no politician in the West, very few at least, have talked about seriously.
No, absolutely. But, I mean, we have to remember that both Russia and Ukraine have a sort of an internal ticking clock here, which is how long they can afford to sustain this war. And the best estimates we have on Russia, when we look at things like materiel and we look at things like armored personnel carriers and tanks, and when we look at the state of the Russian economy, which is now beginning to seriously overheat and inflation, is really rising very quickly, is that Russia can sustain this kind of level of warfare for another 9 months, perhaps 12 months, and that's it. The best guess for Ukraine is 3 to 6 months. So right now, if we don't touch anything, then Ukraine would probably lose this war. But with just a little more Western support, that calculus changes in Putin's head. His position becomes less safe, if you like, and he may think, you know what, if I'm offered some kind of semi-okay negotiated settlement, I'm going to take it right now because the alternatives are worse. So I think this idea that Russia is just going to run away with this one is not right. I think both sides are really beginning to run into their reserve levels.
Mm-hmm. And so, you penned this piece making a historical comparison to a potential deal here to the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, which, of course, was not sustained for very long by the Russians back in World War II. And so what is your then intuition if a deal is cut that is that too fast, if there's not sort of the process that Macron was talking about yesterday, that it could encourage Putin to I'm sorry, that was in World War II. It was the Nazis, but it could encourage Putin to do in 2025 what the Nazis did in 1940.
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, we've got lots of historical analogies here or parallels. There's 1938 in Munich. There's the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. I think what we've learned from history is that appeasing expansionist dictators does not solve the problem. It might push it a couple of years or a couple of months or maybe a bit longer down the line, but it's not going to get rid of the problem. And I realize that presents, once you've said that, you then have to sit down and come up with all kinds of other solutions, which are difficult. They're not easy solutions to make. So it's not just a question of saying that and then saying, oh, well, we'll obviously do this or that then. But that's the danger that I see. Putin has basically been rewarded for this war where he is the aggressor. He has killed tens of thousands of people. And, if anybody wants to see what the Russians have done in eastern Ukraine, there's a documentary film out called Intercepted, which is absolutely shocking. They have behaved extremely badly. And I say that as a Russian speaker and someone who spent a lot of time in Russia and has a lot of Russian friends. I really want to emphasize that because I don't have a problem with Russia. It's more to do with the leadership. So unfortunately, I think we're in that situation. And I think to give Putin a substantial amount of his war aims right now will encourage, he'll go back and he'll think, that kind of worked. I'm going to figure out how to move on with this project.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, again, this is a long time coming, something that Trump inherited because this goes back to something that Macron conceded, what they didn't do leading up to the taking of Crimea, what they didn't do after the taking of Crimea. And, here we are now more than a decade later in this difficult position.
Oh, absolutely. This isn't Trump's fault by any means. I mean, there's a lot of blame to be laid at the hands of Obama back in 2014, Angela Merkel, the German leader, back in 2014. That was when Putin sort of made a preemptory grab, and he sat back and he watched what happened next. And the truth is that very, very little happened next. So he saw that, and he's like, the West are not really going to punish me for my expansionism. Then he watched the American withdrawal from Afghanistan, which happened under Biden, of course. Mm-hmm. And he said, well, gosh, the West is weak as well. So not only am I going to get away with this, but really the West is pretty divided, and they're just not up to posing some serious opposition. I think I can just swallow up, and it's a huge neighboring country, Ukraine, maybe not by North American standards, but by European standards. It's a massive, rich, valuable country. And he's basically said, I'm going to try and swallow it because I think I'm going to get away with that. And one thing I'd like to add, Putin is not a risk taker. So in his analysis, this was not a big risk that he was taking on. He thought this would be easy, but he made a mistake.
Julia Strauss, British journalist, former bureau chief for the Daily Telegraph's Moscow office. Also a wilderness guide and bear behavioralist. He runs Wild Bear Lodge, a bear viewing lodge in British Columbia. His Substack, backtotherefront.substack.com. Julia Strauss, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
We'll get to the Bears next time. And he joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll talk property taxes and all things Illinois policy related with Ted Dabrowski from WirePoint, 737.
But first, into the newsroom we go. Here's the one and only Mike Scott.
7:31, 39 degrees. Skies are clear for now. Immigration and customs enforcement agents are, for now, being blocked from targeting migrants in deportation stings. It's an order by a Maryland district judge. Hamas is reported to be considering a new deal to hand over the bodies of dead Israeli hostages to Egypt in exchange for the release of more Palestinian prisoners.
If all of that goes ahead, the two sides would have completed their obligations under the first phase of the deal. However, at this stage, it's still unclear if they'll be able to agree an extension to the ceasefire beyond the deadline looming at the end of this week.
Israel refused to release the prisoners as planned over the weekend after it claimed Hamas held disgraceful and humiliating ceremonies to hand over the dead hostages. Pope Francis has had another restful night in the hospital, according to the Vatican. The Pontiff, age 88, has been hospitalized in Rome for well over a week. The former Secret Service agent who shielded First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy during the assassination of President John F. Kennedy in 1963 has died. Secret Service says Agent Clint Hill died at his home Monday at the age of 93. Voters in Dalton will decide today whether to cast a ballot for embattled Mayor Tiffany Henyard or village trustee Jason House in today's primary.
We're thinking we'll hit up to between 4,500 to 5,000 voters. I think we'll have some record numbers coming in at that, and their voice will be heard.
Henyard is under a federal investigation over allegations of financial misconduct. Jury selection resumes today in the trial of the Highland Park July 4 parade shooting suspect Robert Cremo III. The judge and lawyers still need to pick 5 more jurors and 6 alternates. Opening statements are expected to begin today in the trial of the Plainfield landlord Joseph Chuba, charged with murdering a Muslim boy in 2023. A panel of 12 jurors and 3 alternates were selected yesterday. One person is dead after being struck by a Metra train in Downers Grove yesterday in the 1400 block of Gilbert Avenue. Former Illinois Governor Jim Edgar is battling pancreatic cancer. The 78-year-old announced yesterday doctors at Rush University Medical Center and the Mayo Clinic are coordinating a treatment regimen. Bulls embarrassed the 76ers yesterday, 142-110. The Blackhawks take on Utah tonight. College basketball tonight. Fighting Illini host Iowa. Northwestern travels to Minnesota. The news service of almostfreeteeth.com. If you have a Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP, you could save 90% off on average to get your smile back. Learn more and check if you qualify at almostfreeteeth.com. A check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
The first weeks of the new Trump administration have been full speed ahead, making America great again.
It's going to only get better.
And on Tuesday, March 4th, President Trump will take a victory lap when he addresses Congress and the nation. And AM 560 is throwing a watch party.
They tell me it's very exciting.
Join us for dinner and President Trump's speech on March 4th in Rolling Meadows. Get your tickets at 560theanswer.com/watch. That's 560theanswer.com/watch. Sponsored in part by Opum Tax Advocates and attorney Stephen Leahy.
It's Reveille. In a speech disguised as a budget address, Governor Pritzker took aim at President Donald Trump and his supporters and unmistakably compared them to Nazis. His comments brought members of his party to their feet in a shameful display of mutual stupidity. Trump is not Hitler for deporting criminal illegals, finding out where our tax dollars are going, or stopping men from competing on women's teams. Comparison of Trump to a Nazi is dangerous. It fuels hate and distrust of Trump and could inspire violence from people who think they are saving the world from evil. The overuse of Hitler comparisons diminishes Hitler's evil actions. Hitler's targeted extermination of millions of Jews is unparalleled, albeit the killing of millions in communist China and the Soviet Union are similar evils. Sarah Lehman, writing in the Israel Heritage Foundation, took Pritzker to task, saying, "The use of Nazi imagery has become so ubiquitous among Democrats as to almost preclude notice. But Governor J.B. Pritzker's parallels between President Trump's political agenda and the rise of Nazi Germany during his State of the State budget address on Wednesday hit a new conspicuous low." Jerry Wartsky is the honorary president of the Israel Heritage Foundation and himself a Holocaust survivor whose parents and many family members were murdered by the Nazis. He is infuriated that Pritzker drew parallels between President Trump and the Nazis. "What Pritzker says is mentally sick," Wartsky said. "The fact that he said this, especially as a Jew, is an affront to all Holocaust survivors. It hurts." Pritzker's hit on Trump was a way to deflect from what should have been the headline. Pritzker proposes record budget, $2 billion more than last year. I'm Jeannie Ives. Check out The Real Story with me Sunday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. and sign up for my newsletter at breakthrough-ideas.com.
Gain insight into building strong marriages and raising godly children with Focus on the Family with Jim Daly each weekday at 11:30 a.m. on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank, a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Scott Bartmus, co-founder of ESCO, a security and fire alarm services business and a customer of Signature Bank. We work hard to give our customers peace of mind, so it's nice to know that while we have our customers' backs, partners like Signature Bank have ours. When COVID hit, there was a lot of uncertainty for many businesses, particularly surrounding the PPP loan program, with parameters and deadlines changing constantly. The executives from Signature Bank worked weekends alongside their staff, filling out and submitting applications to ensure they took care of us. That type of dedication is hard to find, but we found it with Signature Bank.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Want to learn how Signature Bank can help turn your business vision into reality? Call Signature Bank at 773-467-5600 or visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of many award-winning natural hair products from New Nordic. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
7:39. Let's get a check on the roads. Team Hochberg at an hour 5, O'Hare into the Burn Circle interchange. The Eichen from 390 to the old post office is an hour 20 this morning. Stevenson at an hour and 10 from 355 into Lakeshore Drive, outbound Stevenson. We have report of an accident. 2 right lanes blocked outbound between the Dan Ryan and Western Avenue. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Mild day ahead with intervals of clouds and sun and a high of 52. Turning cloudy overnight, a bit of rain and a low of 37. Partly cloudy and 40 right now. Next news coming up at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Wealth Health Radio with Joe Murphy, Sundays noon to 1. Learn more online at mwmfinancial.tax.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Insert Democrat socialist here.
Runs the Democratic House floor for 30 plus years running. He's promising this and he's stealing that. Where can you get that kind of money? He's using your house like his own piggy bank. You ought to know by now. You can pay off your house here in Illinois, but you can never keep up with the taxes. Oh, how it's always been the plan to have a taxpayer pay, no doubt. Not a matter of if anymore, but when. You're moving out. I said, when you're moving out.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Since Governor Jelly Belly likes to compare and contrast himself to DeSantis so much, at least he used to once upon a time. During COVID, he certainly did.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Let's do a little comparison contrast. So while Jelly Belly was calling Trump and Trump supporters Nazis and introducing a budget that brings his spending increase during time in office to 40% plus, the state of Illinois gobbling up and spending 40% more in the proposed budget this fiscal year than it did pre-COVID. Big number. 40% better things are in Illinois? Question mark. Here's what you could have been doing. Instead of watching new Marxists introduce legislation to provide student aid to inmates or to legalize prostitution, you could be talking about a legislative session that would tackle some issues that are material to the quality of life of the people who play by the rules in your state, like Ron DeSantis did, talking about property taxes in a state with no income tax and no estate tax, no inheritance tax, and still has lower property taxes, significantly lower property taxes than Illinois, but they're not low enough for Ron DeSantis, particularly for people who are getting taxed out of their homes because the homestead exemption isn't as much as he'd like it to be. Take a listen.
Pay for these spending habits, subject their citizens to higher taxes, such as higher property taxes, to pay for these spending habits. And you know, these property taxes, it's like you buy a home, you buy land, you know, maybe you buy the home outright, but maybe you pay off a mortgage over 30 years. And then, okay, you've paid off the mortgage, you bought the land, you've been taxed many times. It's like is it your property or not? Just for being on your property, you got to write a check to the government every year. So you're basically paying rent to the government to live on your own property. And our homestead exemption is not strong enough to help these folks because the property gets assessed so high. And that's the thing. If you buy a home for $300,000 and you know there's certain tax, well, then what? 10 years later, they say it's worth $700,000, and so, and they say, you know, there's homestead stuff that helps protect you to a certain extent, but you're paying more, and a lot of people can't afford that. So I think that that's a big issue, and I know we're going to be really looking at ways to bring people relief from that, because I think it's been really something that's pinching a lot of homeowners, particularly seniors on fixed income. But the reality is people have seen, and this is not the state, we don't control this, you know, we've not allowed any of that stuff to happen. We've been cutting taxes, but people have seen their property tax liability go up over these last years because the property is being assessed higher and higher. And the reality is you don't really know how much your home is worth until someone offers you money and is willing to pull the trigger on a sale. That's how a market works. You can say it's worth this much, but if no one's willing to come and offer you that much, then why should you pay taxes on that amount? And so there's a lot of things that need to be done with that. But as part of our DOGE initiative, our state task force will look into local government expenditures.
Oh, wow, DOGE task force. Does that sound familiar to anybody in Chicagoland, in Illinois?
Wow. I mean, you don't have a state income tax now. You might not have to pay property taxes.
Well, it's not. I don't think he's going that far. He's not going to go that far. But even property tax relief for people that are for seniors or people that are of a certain threshold in terms of home value. I'm for whatever. I'm for whatever provides people relief for, especially as you go lower down the property value and ostensibly the household income. The biggest investment people make. I'm all for that, and it's great that DeSantis is pushing in that direction, despite the fact that you have property values increasing in Florida,
right,
as compared to you finding out and being shocked to find out what they tell you your property is worth, your house is worth in Illinois, and then you put it on the market and you find it's worth that minus 10, 20, 30, 40%. I mean, I got to tell you, just to give you my anecdote without getting into the numbers, my property taxes have gone up since I bought my place in Florida.
Well, yeah, because your values have gone sky high, haven't they?
Right. Yeah. But my property taxes in Florida are about 1.5 times what they were for a one-bedroom condo at Lake Point Tower in Chicago. They're about 1.5 times.
How many square feet was your place?
Yeah, right. Well, first of all, it's almost twice as big, but 1.5 times the property taxes I pay in Florida versus Chicago for a one-bedroom condo. My property value is 5 times what my condo is worth when I sold it.
Wow.
So no income
have to
tax,
pay monthly assessments either.
no state income tax. No inheritance tax. They got schools. They got police departments down here. They got fire departments. It's actually quite a nice little spot. So it can be done, as everybody who's gotten out a bit knows. For more on all this, Ted Dabrowski joins us, president of wirepoints.org, all things Illinois policy related. Ted, how about Ron DeSantis driving that property tax conversation?
I mean, you know, what a different conversation, right? Here they are talking about getting rid of taxes, challenging the status quo, and that's a place that already has really low taxes and doesn't tax incomes. It's fascinating, and it's a mindset. And what's scary about Illinois is that we've got the exact opposite mindset, and even our own reformers won't speak that way. And what's interesting, we put out a piece on Pritzker's budget, and in there we looked at in Illinois comparing to Indiana or comparing to Florida on education spending. If we spent on a per-student basis what Indiana spends, or either one, Indiana or Florida, we could give back tomorrow a $10 billion rebate, property tax rebate, to all Illinoisans. I mean, it's fascinating how much extra we're spending for worse results. So we could have a massive, nice, what they call it, a DOGE dividend if we just spent what Florida and Indiana spent.
Yeah, but nobody's moving to Florida and Indiana. They're all staying in Illinois, and it's a magnet state.
Well, that's right. That's if you hear it from Pritzker, that's exactly what he's saying. the possibilities to really bring the taxes down in Illinois are phenomenal. Of course, there's one predicate to all that, of course, and DeSantis can do that in Florida, but we in Illinois would have to break one thing, and that's that whole two-class system we have in Illinois. We'll never bring property taxes down as long as the government class gets us guaranteed pensions, guaranteed contracts, guaranteed raises, Amendment 1, subsidized health, all that stuff. We have to break that because that's where all the money goes. So you have to break that two-class system, and there's a lot of laws that have to be changed to do that.
Your take on the polling out yesterday, BLM Brandon, 7% approval, 80% disapproval, and that's a universe that voted 71% for Kamala Harris. There's something in there that is encouraging in a sense. 71% of that universe supported Kamala Harris, and only 7% have a favorable view of Brandon Johnson. That must mean policies matter.
Well, it's hard to say, right? I mean, because we had kind of this argument when Lightfoot was in. Policies mattered, and when we kicked her out, who did we get? We got Brandon. So, and maybe people didn't understand. I mean, we can be nice and say something like that. So the question would be, would these people vote for something dramatically different, or they don't like Johnson because Johnson says all kinds of things that are just inane. Would they vote for somebody who has totally different policies and who is more DOGE-like and who is more looking to make Chicago the amazing city it is? I don't know. It's hard to say. Nor as you've talked about, nor do we know if somebody's out there who would even speak that way and lead that way.
Yeah, no, that is the rub. It is an unanswered question, and it's hard to really test it because you have to have carbon-based life form actually present themselves and make the case and see how far they can get. So there's only so much that polling can tell you. You're right about that.
But it is ripe. It is ripe. I mean, people are looking. They're smelling. They're looking for something different. It's just a question of how far they would go when they vote. And again, it's also how persuasive somebody is in bringing about change to Chicago.
But the Republicans should pounce on this. I mean, here's the data. Here's the facts. Math doesn't lie. Do something about it. And who, if anyone, is there? Ted Dabrowski.
I don't know. There are some names out there. I'm seeing as I talk to people in Chicago, there's people getting interested. I'm seeing, Democrats who would typically have been, let's say, status quo Democrats, starting to sound like reformers, and it's pretty neat to see, and they're willing to go on paper and put things down. So that's a good change, but does it turn into something real? We still have to wait, I think.
Another aspect of this, particularly against the backdrop of how woeful the reading and math scores are in CPS, and frankly, the state of Illinois generally. This opportunity that's being missed, and there's been a good deal of talk about it, but it needs to be sustained. Mike Rowe, Dirty Jobs, Mike Rowe, Deadliest Catch, Mike Rowe, Discovery Channel, was on with Leland Bittert on his News Nation program. And he talked about the skills gap and the 8 million jobs that are going unfilled in the trades that could be filled and where those workers are. And I just want to play this clip and get your reaction because I thought this was really sharp, as Roe usually is.
In the trades, the skilled trades, 5 people retire, 2 come in. 5 leave, 2 come in. The math has never been on our side, and people know there's a skills gap. You can look at the BLS and you can see 8 million open positions, most of which don't require a 4-year degree. You can see the cost of college going up. You can see the pressure we put on kids to get a 4-year degree, even though that piece of paper isn't a prerequisite for most of the opportunities that exist, and by the way, pay 6 figures. So there's a lot of myths and misperceptions and stigmas and stereotypes that are leading to this disconnect. But we're about to turn a corner for the exact reason you point out. The math is just not there. I just got a call from the Maritime Industrial Submarine Complex, 15,000 individual companies jointly tasked with delivering 3 nuclear-powered submarines every year for the next 10 years. They need to hire 100,000 tradespeople in the next 8 years. 100,000. This is one industry that most people don't even think about. right?
Right.
They literally called and said, do you know where they are? We're looking. And I said, yeah, man, I know where they are. They're in the 8th grade.
I know where they are. They're in the 8th grade. You want to talk about an opportunity for a school system or a state or, frankly, other private sector entities to partner with an entire industry where there's a direct sort of skills development to well-paying job pipeline. That's just one example.
Oh, it's a fascinating opportunity, and there's a lot of people talking about it. And I would say that most people don't hear about it, but it's probably one of the bigger movements that's going on in the background with success, and everybody recognizes it now, especially at these colleges, for all the DEI stuff and all the costs. And so here's what's going to happen, right? You're going to have a whole bunch of different private sector groups create these type of opportunities in conjunction with other groups. It's going to happen, and I give you a good example: Chicago Hope Academy, which, if you guys don't know Chicago,
of course,
know them,
yeah, we know that.
Mazikowski,
for the listeners. The Chicago Hope Academy is just a fascinating place for its values, for its energy of what it's doing for kids, but it's also building a whole trade. Let's call it what do you want to call it? A trade area, and where they're going to teach those skills, and they're combining with unions. They're raising lots of money. It's kind of a mini thing of what's to come. I hope they're successful with it because it's what has to happen. And you look at these results, and we were looking the other day at Milwaukee and all these major cities that have a lot of talent. 4%, 5% reading proficiency. It's sad, horrendous, and this is one way out. And again, I don't think we should forget about kids reading, but the path could be different in where we actually teach kids, one, how to read, but how to do something where they can succeed. So it's a big thing, and I'm optimistic about it.
Ted Dabrowski, President of WirePoints, wirepoints.org, all things Illinois policy related. Thanks as always, Ted.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, and he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
The fight against abortion in Illinois has never been more important than it is right now. Thanks to our elected officials, Illinois has become an abortion tourism destination. The number of abortions in our state continues to grow, despite the fact that crisis pregnancy centers outnumber abortion clinics almost 3 to 1. Now, thanks to a new effort by Caring Network, it's possible to reach abortion-minded women to provide peace of mind and security to help them choose life. This new Reach Her First initiative seeks to provide women with the assurance and information they need before they choose an abortion. But Caring Network needs your help to reach women who are considering abortion. For a one-time gift of just $150, you can help reach 5 women and help them choose life. That's all it takes to prevent an abortion. To make that gift, just go to 560theanswer.com/caring. That's 560theanswer.com/caring.
Let me ask you something. Do you have trouble sleeping at night because of chronic pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or other joints? Do you have problems walking? Simple things like getting in and out of your car? Do you want to avoid surgery and all the pain, the long recovery, and the uncertainty that comes with it? And do you miss doing things that you love because your joint pain is holding you back, like walking, golfing, jogging, playing pickleball, doing yoga? Well, if you answered yes to any of these questions, I bet you're a great candidate for QC Kinetics. So please don't wait. Contact my good friends at QC Kinetics right now and ask for your free consultation. Learn how the latest advances in regenerative medicine can get you lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Saturday appointments available. Here's the number to call, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. Again, 312-809-5955.
For over 23 years, Applied Mechanical Sales has offered boilers, water heaters, and exhaust venting to commercial mechanical contractors. They aid in the selection of standard and high-efficiency hydronic system equipment for replacement or new construction. From schools to churches to high-rises and hotels, Applied Mechanical provides high-quality, cost-effective Camus boilers and water heaters in many of Chicago's most iconic buildings. Mechanical design firms trust Applied Mechanical to support them by specifying the size and type of boiler boilers to best match a building's load profile for the worst of Chicago weather conditions. Engineers and contractors can be confident that they'll experience trouble-free operation for the next 15 to 20 years. Applied Mechanical Sales ensures their boilers are properly installed and operate at peak efficiency long after the initial startup. Go to appliedmechanicalsales.com to schedule a site visit and boiler replacement assessment. That's appliedmechanicalsales.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-839-8484. 800-839-8484. 800-839-8484.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
That $1.9 billion that was apparently misplaced at HUD was not misplaced. Musk has it wrong. Investment banker Chris Whan joins us at 8:08 to explain.
Today, warm, a high of 52 degrees. It is now 8 a.m. WIND, Chicago.
Federal workers are told again to send an email. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, and it's again from Elon Musk at DOGE. In a post on X last night, as the deadline passed for government employees to reply to an email demanding that they list their 5 accomplishments on the job last week. That was from earlier. As for the new demand, Fox's Madeline Rivera reports.
There's a lot of confusion regarding this directive. Elon Musk says while there is a second chance to respond, failure to answer again will result in termination this time. But the Office of Personnel Management says agencies will be the ones to review responses and evaluate non-responses.
And the Personnel Office also says replying is voluntary, not mandatory. Days after the Senate approved a budget resolution, the House is readying a bigger blueprint.
The bill includes over $300 billion in border and national security, as well as $4.5 trillion in tax cuts and $2 trillion in spending cuts. Republican Tim Burchett of Tennessee says he's currently a no because he doesn't think the bill does enough to curb spending.
All that money is going to be, we're going to send it right over to the Pentagon. The war pimps are just locked, they're licking their chops.
Republicans can only afford to lose a few votes because of their slim House majority.
Fox's Ryan Schmelz at the Capitol, and he mentioned the border. Illegal crossings are way down. The head of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, says we just had the least migrants stopped in a day in 15 years. Meanwhile, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth goes to Guantanamo today, and Fox's Griff Jenkins reports.
17 high-threat illegal aliens are currently being held there. Now, DHS not outlining what crimes the 17 committed, which make them high threat, but we know that interior ICE arrests are up over 130%, and arrests have included matches to the terror watch list, convicted murderers, child rapists, and known members of gangs.
But in the Los Angeles area, some activists are warning immigrants about raids, even putting up posters of federal agents showing their pictures and putting out their personal info. America's listening to Fox News.
39 degrees. Skies are sunny at 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. 2 are wounded following a domestic-related shooting in Mount Prospect. A man and woman were found with gunshot wounds yesterday in an enclosed, shared garage of a condo building in the 1200 block of West Northwest Highway. Jury selection resumes today in the trial of the Highland Park July 4 parade shooting suspect. Attorneys agreed yesterday on 7 who will decide the fate of Robert Cremo III. The judge and lawyers need to pick 5 more jurors and 6 alternates. Opening statements are expected to begin today in the trial of the Plainfield landlord charged with murdering a Muslim boy in 2023. A panel of 12 jurors and 3 alternates were selected yesterday to decide the fate of Joseph Chuba. Reactions in Springfield are mixed to Governor J.B. Pritzker's proposal to spend tens of millions of dollars of taxpayer money on abortion. Here's AM 560's Jim Telemonte.
The governor's budget for fiscal year 2026 maintains 2025 funding levels on services which include abortion. State Rep. Murray Briel said it's important for Illinois to buffer the wall with its neighboring states, which have stricter abortion restrictions.
There are fears, and rightly so, they could lose access to even medical abortion medication.
Chicago Southside Republican Chair Devin Jones is opposed to taxpayer-funded abortion and said his pro-life stance is one that cares about women.
Less than 1% of abortions are because of rape or incest, right? So the vast majority are financial and convenience issues.
Jones said people have built up a society where women feel like they can't do what their bodies naturally do, which is give birth to children. I'm Chip Talamonte.
This week will be the last week for several Chicago area home run in pizzerias. 3 home run inns will be closing on March 2nd. Berwyn, Bronzeville, and the Melrose Park location. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat, a service of Signature Bank. Visit signaturebank.bank for all your commercial banking needs. Now, the latest from the Fox Business Network.
I'm Elizabeth McDonald, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Home Depot sales rose in the holiday quarter. Wall Street was expecting a sales decline, and its earnings topped expectations, though the stock is losing ground. Home Depot is pulling back some of its forecast for this year. CEO Edward Decker says a higher interest rate environment is impacting home improvement demand, and he says the global economic situation is uncertain. Nippon Steel is hoping to revive its merger with U.S. Steel. It's planning to use the current agreement as a starting point for talks with the U.S. government. Planet Fitness says people are back to focusing on healthier lifestyles. That helped its quarter to top forecasts. Planet Fitness was able to raise prices for the first time in 25 years. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jenny Cosolda. Invested in you.
President Trump is moving at lightning speed.
And after that, all hell is going to break out.
Executive orders, new policies, promises kept. It's hard to keep up until now. Subscribe to the Trump Report. This email brings you daily highlights from the Oval Office right to your inbox 5 days a week.
I will put America first.
It'll help you follow President Trump at the speed of Trump.
Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/Trump.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Ad paid for by RFA Cancellation. Attention timeshare owners. If you need to get rid of your timeshare for any reason, please listen to the following message. Getting out of a timeshare commitment is not easy, and it takes time. But we specialize in helping consumers legally get rid of their expensive timeshares forever. Can't get the vacation dates that work for you? Maybe you felt taken advantage of or forced into the timeshare? Maybe you just can't continue to shoulder those monthly payments any longer. If you need to eliminate your timeshare commitment, then you need to take down this number, 800-721-6919. We will safely and legally get rid of your timeshare payments forever, all with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Don't continue to let your timeshare be a financial burden to you and your loved ones. Call us now at 800-721-6919. The call is free, the consultation is free. Call 800-721-6919. That's 800-721-6919. Again, 800-721-6919.
When you hear the term living better, what do you think about? More money? A bigger house? Maybe a yacht? What about how you feel physically? How you wake up each day? How you sleep? What activities you can and cannot do? When you feel good, life is good. So if pain is affecting your life, see how Relief Factor can help. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, it doesn't just mask pain temporarily, it helps reduce or even eliminate pain. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. So give their 3-week quick start a try. It's only $19.95, less than $1 a day. And it just takes a phone call, 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Wherever you're hurting, in 3 weeks or even days, Relief Factor can give you a chance to rediscover the true meaning of living better again. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
8:09, Team Hochberg Traffic Center time, a service of Salem Surround, a local digital marketing agency providing high-performing digital solutions to surround your target audience at surroundchicago.com. Big problems of Veterans Memorial southbound between 290 and St. Charles Road. It's all stacked up. Near St. Charles, an overturned vehicle. It is off into the ditch, but it is smoking. Lots of emergency equipment on the scene. 2 right lanes are blocked. Again, this is southbound 355 between 290 and St. Charles Road, and you've got Gapers delay on the northbound side of the Veterans between the Reagan and the I-88 interchange and St. Charles Road. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Mild day ahead, intervals of clouds and sun with a high of 52. A little rain overnight, low 37. Currently 40 degrees. Your next news update, 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. House Speaker Mike Johnson, when queried about Elon Musk and the DOGE, boy, says, well, the counter-revolutionaries over at Team DOGE have cracked the code.
And the Congress, we could have oversight. The problem is, for decades, as we know, we haven't been able to do that job well, because even though we requested the data and requested the insight, it was hidden. How many of you know that bureaucracy was not forthcoming, right? They're not transparent. That's the whole point. That's the problem. That's the deep state that we talk about. So they were hiding from Congress. We didn't know that USAID was funding drag shows in Peru or whatever, transgender operas in Colombia or whatever, It's madness. But Elon has cracked the code. He is now inside the agencies. He's created these algorithms that are constantly crawling through the data, and as he told me in his office, the data doesn't lie. We're going to be able to get the information. We're going to be able to transform the way the federal government works at the end of this, and that is a very exciting prospect. It is truly a revolutionary moment for the nation.
Well, the data doesn't lie, but you have to know what you're looking at. And the much reported, we reported it here too, so I'm interested in the conversation with our next guest, that $1.9 billion at HUD was misplaced. Not exactly, says Chris Whan, investment banker, chairman of Whan Global Advisors, and editor for the Institutional Risk Analyst. He's got a new book coming out this May, Inflated: Money, Debt, and the American Dream. Chris Whan joins us now. Chris, thanks so much for being with us.
Me?
Hey, Chris. Mr. Whalen, are you there?
Yeah.
I am.
I know, and thanks for being with us during this difficult week. I know you're distraught over the cancellation of Joy Reid's show, so we appreciate your courage.
He's a hero.
That was one of my first reads, so that was very funny this morning watching the denouement for
That one. I'm surprised it took them so long, but there you are.
Well, yeah, maybe you can take Rachel Maddow out for a drink. All right, so the $1.9 billion that was misplaced at HUD wasn't misplaced at all, you write.
No. That money is basically to back up the two standby servicers, Saline and Carrington, who are there under contract with HUD, by the way, to essentially take over a failed servicer. We saw this in 2021 when the clowns at HUD that worked for Joe Biden totally screwed up the insolvency of a company called Reverse Mortgage Funding, which was like the late night TV reverse mortgage shop, the biggest portfolio in the industry. And, Tom Selleck, Fred Thompson, all of that. So, this lady who was pretending to be head of Ginnie Mae at the time, Alana McCargo, got on a conference call with the debtor and their lawyers and God knows who else, and essentially told Texas Capital Bank to extend funding after they had filed bankruptcy. And so this led to a whole mess down in Texas, a litigation that's ongoing that I think HUD may lose. HUD may be forced to pay the bank because of the screw up by the people that Joe Biden had at Ginnie Mae. So meanwhile, here we are, waiting for the Trump people to make that appointment to hopefully give us somebody competent to run Ginnie. But they are cutting a lot of people. And I am concerned about that because, I don't like to have the government involved in markets they don't belong in. But if you turn it off suddenly, it's going to be a problem. And it's going to be a problem in Chicago and New York and other cities where you have rent-stabilized housing that really can't be financed by banks anymore.
Well, explain that in some more detail because, as you write, conservatives like myself have long wanted to get rid of these government-sponsored enterprises that were at least a couple of the culprits during the 2008 meltdown. And you're suggesting caution, and I need the details.
Well, in 2008, the problem was residential housing. And for about 5 years after the crisis, there was a huge discount for homes that were in foreclosure, you may recall. Mm-hmm. And that pricing basically drove a lot of people out of single-family homes. It also caused a lot of banks to get out of the government sector, the Ginnie Mae sector, right? So what did Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, and HUD do during the period between 2008 and today? They got into urban, small, crappy multifamily real estate. And in many cases, they are the only entity out there that will finance this stuff. Do you remember Signature Bank when that went down? And all of those 8A properties and rent-stabilized properties that the bank had serviced? Well, there's still a big chunk of that sitting inside the FDIC, inside the bank insurance fund that the liberals, Marty Gruenberg didn't want to sell. But Trump's going to sell it. And when they do sell it, they're going to get pennies on the dollar for some of those assets. So what I'm trying to say to you is, yes, do we want to get the government out of multifamily real estate? Yes. It's a liberal cesspool. But we have to do it carefully and slowly because a lot of these properties are going to go into default. Fannie, Freddie do about $100 billion in new loans every year. So if you just turn that off, bad things will happen. And they will happen to credit unions and banks along with the investors that are tied up in these unfortunate properties. The truth is, we've talked about this, Dan, we need to remake a lot of these cities. There's vast amounts in New York City, those little 5-story tenements that need to be knocked down. They're too small to be viable economically today. Okay, you need more square footage. That's what it comes down to.
Well,
it's a medium-term problem.
So I mean, just specifically with Fannie and Freddie. I mean, you're an expert in this space. I'm not. So I need you to make it accessible for, the less educated, like myself. So how do you, if the goal is to unwind Fannie and Freddie, and that's HUD Director Scott Turner's goal, it should be the goal of any conservative to get the government out of a business it's terrible at. Then how do you go about it in a methodical way that doesn't crater banks and credit unions like you just suggested?
Well, using current law, if you assume we're not going to go pass new legislation for this, right? I would put both of the enterprises through receivership, which they didn't do. in 2008. They put them into what's called conservatorship. When you put them through receivership, you basically leave the bad stuff behind, and you create two new entities. And I would take the multifamily portfolio and put it all together. Fannie Freddie, by the way, are almost $1 trillion each, about half of $1 trillion each. So you put that together, sell it to BlackRock or somebody, you know what I'm saying? You break it off and you get it out. You will probably have to provide some credit guarantees along with that because it's not a high-quality portfolio, and most banks wouldn't touch it, okay? Even at 50 cents on the dollar, they still won't touch it. And then, probably combine the two enterprises and just have one GSE that would run this new platform they have, and anybody could come and use it. You could use it to do a private deal, or you could use it to do a deal with a government guarantee, and you would pay the Treasury for that guarantee. All of the existing paper from Fannie and Freddie has to remain guaranteed by the federal government. This is the big issue, okay? Put aside everything else you hear about privatizing GSEs. They have to continue to be risk-free assets, which means AAA. Otherwise, it doesn't work. I worked in the ratings business. I'm just telling you, it won't work. And they can talk about it all day long. We've been pumping these stocks. Fannie and Freddie were the two best-performing financial stocks over the last 2 years. And, we'll see what happens. By the way, the guy who's calling the shots on this is not Scott Turner at HUD. It's going to be Bill Pulte, the grandson of the founder of Pulte Homes, who doesn't really have a lot of, he'll be head of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, which is the regulator of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, and also the Federal Home Loan Banks. Bill doesn't have a lot of operational experience. He's going to be in front of the Senate on Thursday, along with 5 other candidates for this perfunctory, confirmation hearing they're going to hold. I'm not even sure they will ask Bill any questions because the Democrats are in such a tizzy about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and what Donald Trump is going to do about that. So, I love a lot of the stuff Donald Trump is doing, but I am part of the loyal opposition. And when they are going to screw something up, I'm going to tell them. That's my job,
Yeah, absolutely. Well, no, I mean, it's interesting to have the conversation. This is why you want practitioners in the space to see things that non-practitioners don't see. So that's why it's an interesting conversation. Pull back then. Jamie Dimon, we talked about him a little bit earlier in the show, had some pretty positive things to say about what DOGE is doing generally, and the idea not just of finding waste, fraud, and abuse, but in terms of changing systems to make the government, to change the paradigms about how these government agencies operate that are not going away, and
that's right.
And the efficiencies that can be achieved. What your view on that more globally?
Oh, I think it's unbelievably positive. What Elon Musk and his team are doing is that they are providing transparency into a world that is still 20 to 30 years behind everybody else technologically. The only reason that the federal government started migrating to the cloud about a decade ago is because Microsoft wouldn't support the bastardized version of Windows NT that was being run throughout the federal government. They had dumbed it down for security reasons, no USB ports on the computer, that kind of thing. And it kind of sort of worked like the post office works. But this is different. Musk is going to systematize and categorize everything that the federal government is doing. And I think the numbers are going to be quite impressive when you really give these folks a couple of months to go do the work. It's not something you do overnight. This is a huge beast. The Treasury, the payments, everything else is a vast beast, and it's all in COBOL. It's in, basic kind of programming language that 6 people left alive know how to manipulate.
But now this is not going to jeopardize the solitaire games on all the computers that the middle managers play at these agencies, is it?
No, but it was so funny when Musk asked all the federal employees to list their accomplishments. I think, that's very expensive. Multiply every federal employee by 15 minutes by whatever they pay them, right? I think it'd be better if we all had to-do lists and we had priorities and said, this is what I'm working on this month. I'd like to see every federal employee with that. Because, if you have a to-do list on your desk, you've already answered his question.
Yeah, right? what you have to do prospectively, right, yes.
What are you doing here? And he's right to ask that question. Musk lives in a very, very competitive world. And he has managed, with a lot of help from the government, contracts and everything else, to build a competitor for all of the incumbent defense agencies, many of which are government supported. So, he understands how this world works. And I think, more than anything else, what is Donald Trump doing? My friend Jim Lucier at Capital Alpha Partners, who you should get on this program, by the way, really savvy political observer, he said, look, this is about something conservatives have wanted for a long time, which is to make sure that we know what the federal government is doing and that we have accountability. And Speaker Johnson was talking about this on the wire the other day. So it's very important what they're doing. We have to add, and I think a lot of Democrats, by the way, are quietly very happy about this because, they have concerns about the deficit. They don't want the country to default. And how do you do that? You have to know what we're doing. And the president has exerted control, by the way. The executive order they just sent out basically says to all of the independent agencies, if Congress doesn't tell you what to do, then you have to report up to us. Basic executive control. So there's a lot going on in the background.
Well, I wanted to get your take on something we talked to Steve Moore about quite a bit the last couple of times he's been on the show, of course, is what House Republicans are working on with respect to an extension of the Trump tax cuts of 2017 with some add-ons about overtime wages and tips and so forth. How important is getting that extension done in your mind towards GDP growth, this year and into the first 2 years of Trump's term?
Well, not extending the tax cuts would be a significant negative for the economy, obviously, because you would be sucking a lot more cash in the Treasury. But having said that, right now that's the only game in town. There is nothing else really going on in Washington except the negotiations for getting the tax bill done, which will be a large omnibus spending package. They're fighting over whether they should have two bills on the Senate side or one bill from the House. I think Trump is with the House side, and he kind of has to be because you have to keep that, a dozen, maybe close to 20 hardcore conservatives who really want change, right? You got to keep them in. If you lose them, you got to go do a deal with the Democrats. So I think that's kind of the calculus right now in Washington. And there's nothing going on in town other than that, and nobody is saying a word. The Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, has locked this thing down 8 ways to Sunday. Mm-hmm. Nobody is saying anything. Mm-hmm. Elon Musk has rolled out new software for monitoring email and telephone communications government-wide. So you're going to hear a lot less from people on official channels. I told my clients this yesterday. I said, guys, things are changing. And by the way, the business community, the people that have to deal with Washington, we're in housing, are bewildered. Nobody knows what's going on. They really don't. They're not even communicating.
The monitoring of those communications, that won't negatively impact the sex chat rooms over at NSA, will it?
Oh, my God.
Well, we'll have to find out about that. I'm very disturbed about those reports. You cannot tolerate that kind of behavior. I was the manager. I had 150 people reporting to me. No. That's got to go. Those people should get shot in the head today.
What's your view? I mean, of course, the T word continues to be bandied about by Trump, and the tariffs on Canada and Mexico, he says are going forward. Your view on the approach he is taking, again, the argument being that these reciprocal tariffs, you lower trade barriers and open your markets to our goods, we'll do in kind, so we can either all become more protectionist and harm our economies, or we can all be more open-marketed and improve prospects for consumers in our respective countries.
No, I agree very much with Trump's stance. Tariffs were not the cause of the Great Depression, despite the propaganda from the Democrats. I talk a lot about this in my new book, or really the second edition of my first book. But, the truth of the matter is these are negotiating positions. Trump loves to do this. Why not fight with countries instead of Democrats? It's a lot more fun, right? So he is trying to get basically equal treatment. And, in Europe, the tariffs and non-tariff barriers to American products are astounding. So, it's basically saying to the world, we have opened our veins to you for almost 100 years, 75 years, right? We rebuilt the world after World War II. And now, we would like to have something closer to an equal relationship with you. It raises a lot of issues. Can you have global growth if somebody's not running big deficits, right? And then the other question that comes, and I think either Trump or a future president will talk about this, I say this in the book, is we may want to say to them, hey, running the dollar as the global reserve currency is kind of expensive, particularly when you look at domestic inflation, what consumers have to pay. So, if we weren't running big federal budget deficits, guess what? The dollar as a reserve currency wouldn't work. Okay, it wouldn't be big enough. So the dollar, the world likes to have a big dollar, and we pay for it. We have, chronic current account and trade deficits, and then we have this huge internal deficit. So it's going to be something we're going to be talking about more, whether it's President Trump or his successor. I guarantee you this is not going to go away. So I like it. I think, most of what Trump's doing is a breath of fresh air. And I think a lot of it's going to be very positive for the country.
Christopher Whalen, investment banker, chairman of Whalen Global Advisors, editor of the Institutional Risk Analyst. His new book, or second edition of his first book, Inflated: Money, Debt, and the American Dream, releases in May of this year. Inflated is Chris Whalen's book. Chris, thanks as always. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
You too, and he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
You never want to miss one of life's most important moments. A graduation, a birthday, a first communion, a wedding. When these moments happen, you want to make sure to capture them so that you and your loved ones can remember them for years to come. For over 30 years, families have relied on Tom Kaloran Photography to capture important life moments. This locally owned family business can provide the solutions you need for your important event photography, from weddings and birthdays to class reunions and golf outings. No matter the size or scope, Tom Kaloran Photography will make sure you have lasting memories to share for years to come. Tom Kaloran Photography is also the official photographer for AM 560 The Answer. To learn more and to see their portfolio, just visit KaloranPhotography.com. That's KILLORAN photography.com. Or call them at 708-361-0025. Tom Kaloran Photography, capturing important life moments for over 30 years.
Don't miss In Grace with Pastor Jim Scudder Jr., now heard on Sunday mornings at 7:30. Tune in and find hope as Jim Scudder explores God's Word and His world each Sunday morning right here on AM 560, The Answer.
MyPillow is excited to announce that they're having the first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 30% on their brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one Mike has worn every day for 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get the 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. The initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And the best-selling standard MyPillow, just $14.98. To take advantage of the first ever mega sale, go to MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201 and use promo code LIBERTY. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship has sailed because right now every order ships absolutely free. MyPillow.com, promo code LIBERTY.
I should have done it sooner. Hi, Amy Jacobson here, and that's what a number of people say to me when they come up and talk to me about QC Kinetics. Why did I wait so long? So let me ask you a question to see if whether or not you're a good candidate for QC Kinetics. Do you have trouble sleeping, walking, day-to-day movement? Do you want to avoid surgery and all the pain, the long recovery, and the uncertainty that comes with it? Do you miss doing things like golfing, jogging, playing pickleball? Well, if you answered yes to any of these questions, I bet you're a great candidate. So please don't wait. Contact our good friends at QC Kinetics right now and ask for your free consultation. Learn how the latest advances in regenerative medicine can help you and give you lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, no downtime. Saturday appointments available. Call 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. Again, 312-809-5955.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We've heard a lot of tough talk from Kash Patel and Dan Bongino about Adam Schiff and others due for a reckoning. Now they're in place.
Boy.
Will the reckoning come? Should it? We'll ask Thomas Baker, retired FBI special agent, at 8:38.
How much are we going to learn? But now let's head into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
42 degrees at 8:33. An American teen is in French custody at this hour for allegedly throwing her newborn baby out of a Paris hotel window. The woman, reportedly 18, was part of a group of young people traveling in Europe. Vivek Ramaswamy is officially launching his campaign for Ohio governor.
I am honored to announce my candidacy to serve as the next governor of the state of Ohio.
At a launch event Monday in Cincinnati, Ramaswamy says he'll lead Ohio to be the new Florida or Texas. Fabric and craft store giant Joann closing all of its locations. A liquidator has agreed to buy all of Joann's assets. The company was founded in 1943. Voters in Dalton today will decide whether to cast their ballot for embattled Mayor Tiffany Henyard. In her bid for re-election, Henyard has run a silent campaign against village trustee Jason House.
We're thinking we'll hit up to between 4,500 to 5,000 voters. I think we'll have some record numbers coming in at that, and their voice will be heard.
Both were part of the same ticket in 2021. Henyard is under a federal investigation. In Arlington Heights, 3 candidates will vie for an open mayoral seat there as the looming Bears Stadium project at the old Arlington racetrack spices up a normally vanilla race. Jury selection resumes today in the trial of the Highland Park July 4 parade shooting suspect, and opening statements are expected to begin today in the trial of a Plainfield landlord, Joseph Chuba, charged with murdering a Muslim boy in 2023. Chicago sports. Bulls a win over the 76ers, 142-110. The Blackhawks take on Utah tonight. Big Ten basketball, the Fighting Illini host Iowa. Northwestern on the road at Minnesota. Spring baseball today. The Cubs take on the Diamondbacks, while the White Sox send Davis Martin to the mound against the Rockies. The news, a service of Audible. And if you're stuck in traffic, why not tap into well-being with Audible audiobooks, originals, podcasts, and more. Spend some time on better health, finance, and more. Start listening free at audible.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The first weeks of the new Trump administration have been full speed ahead, making America great again.
It's going to only get better.
And on Tuesday, March 4th, President Trump will take a victory lap when he addresses Congress and the nation. And AM 560 is throwing a watch party.
They tell me it's very exciting.
Join us for dinner and President Trump's speech on March 4th in Rolling Meadows. Get your tickets at 560theanswer.com/watch. That's 560theanswer.com/watch. Sponsored in part by attorney Burton Hochberg.
If you own or run a business and you listen to AM 560, you might not realize that the conservative programming that you enjoy is supported by advertisers. Our loyal listeners love to do business with the advertisers they hear every day on AM 560. Now, it probably won't surprise you that there are some businesses who avoid advertising with us because they don't like what we do here. And that's okay, because our audience wants to support businesses that support what we do and think like we think. We would love to have you join the list of successful companies who are already reaching new, like-minded customers. Most AM 560 advertisers have been here for years for one simple reason: they get results. Join our efforts to make a difference in the lives of our listeners who are passionate about supporting our great family of AM 560 advertisers. To learn more, just visit 560theanswer.com/advertise. That's 560theanswer.com/advertise.
You heard me talk about Relief Factor and how so many people enjoy a better, more pain-free life because of it. If you're dealing with everyday pain, it makes sense you'd want to try it first. Well, Relief Factor makes that pretty pain-free too with their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Relief Factor doesn't just mask pain temporarily, it helps reduce or eliminate pain. Visit relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF, 800-4RELIEF for Relief Factor.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Something amazing is happening in workplaces everywhere. Devices are learning how people work and adapting to help them get more done. That's because CDW is modernizing experiences with Dell's intelligent portfolio of devices. Thanks to built-in security and AI capabilities, your teams can work smarter wherever they may be. Dell and CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/Dell Client.
Do you hear that?
Yeah, I brought a big bag of crickets with me.
Why?
I overheard you say that M100 sectional from Penny Mustard was indescribable.
Words won't do it justice.
It's awe-inspiring. So to maximize the impact of the M100's ability to cause reverent silence...
You brought crickets?
Yes.
I'm speechless.
Obviously.
The M100 sectional sofa, starting at just $700 a month, with only 1 penny down and no interest until August of 2026, through February 23rd at Penny Mustard.
7 locations throughout Chicagoland.
PennyMustard.com.
8:39. Let's get an update on the roads. We do that in our Team Hochberg Traffic Center. We'll start on the Kennedy, 1 hour, O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. Stop and go on the inbound Ike. Right now, it is close to 90 minutes in from 390 into the old post office. The Ike on the outbound side jamming up, stop and go Pulaski to Des Plaines Avenue. Dan Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th into the Burns Circle interchange. Lakeshore Drive northbound, you'll hit the brakes right at Bryn Mawr and the Veterans Memorial Toll Road southbound, all jammed up between 290 all the way to St. Charles Road. 2 right lanes are blocked and with an overturned vehicle, accident with investigation, and you have gapers on the northbound side. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. A mild day, clouds and sun, and we'll top out at 52. Currently sunshine and 42. Your next news is at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. When Kash Patel got confirmed and sworn in last week, he had this to say about bringing accountability to the FBI.
There's a singular system of justice for all Americans, and there will be accountability. And the reason that this mission is so important is simply the following. 100,000 people last year raped. 100,000 people died of CCP fentanyl overdose and heroin. 17,000 homicides. Violent crime is out of control. We cannot have a United States of America where that is acceptable, where someone dies every 30 minutes, where someone ODs every 7, where someone's raped every 6. That cannot be allowed to continue, and it will not be allowed to continue.
Well, that's a useful posture to take with respect to public safety. But accountability also has to come to people who, not because of their political views, but because of their conduct, potentially violated the law. And both Kash Patel and the newly minted deputy director of the FBI, Dan Bongino, have previously had very tough things to say about Adam Schiff in particular, vis-a-vis Russiagate. Here's Kash Patel.
Adam Schiff is the worst criminal in Congress in the last 250 years. Adam Schiff went to the podium day after day after day saying, I know nothing about this. We're not going to discuss it. We're going to protect it. And then Adam Schiff, led the prosecution of the impeachment trial in the Senate of President Donald Trump. Talk about someone who was conflicted out of the game because he was part of the hoax that brought Charmella in, manufactured that false accusation, and then peddled it out to the world, and he continued, not surprising, he's lied about almost everything in his life. But now he lied just to set up a presidential impeachment. And that's what I was talking about, these disinformation campaigns. He should be investigated because he lied to the world about his interactions with Charmella, who is a whistleblower, and I can't stress this enough, that started a presidential impeachment.
Talking about that CIA analyst, Eric Charmella, but the worst criminal in Congress in 250 years. He should be investigated. Kash Patel is now the head of the FBI. Dan Bongino, just a couple of days ago, before he was announced as the deputy director, had this to say on his show about Schiff.
Why is Adam Schiff so worried? Folks, I strongly encourage you to go back and take another look today at the Russia collusion hoax. I know it's a story that's old and a lot of people want to move on. I'm going to be straight with you. I don't want to move on. We had the FBI in conjunction with the Department of Justice, officials in Congress, foreign governments, and intel people fabricate a story, invent a story that could have caused and done serious long-term harm to international relations with a nuclear-powered foe. It's kind of a big freaking deal. I'm not letting it go. And you listen to me. This is going to be very important in the coming days. I'm not letting this go. I want to find out what happened because it can never happen again. Not to a Democrat, not to a Republican, not to a Libertarian, not to any United States citizen. You do not get to alter or try to change the course of electoral politics by fabricating a story, hijacking the justice system then to give the patina of truth to a fake story. You don't get to do that. Why do I bring that up now? Because who is the ringmaster of that circus? Yes, Adam Schiff. And no, I'm not letting it go.
Well, now they're in place, and if the Adam Schiff is investigated, of course they're going to cry political retribution, but it wouldn't be based on the arguments they're making, and it has to happen, doesn't it?
Yeah.
For more on this, please be joined by Thomas Baker, retired FBI special agent and legal attaché, author of The Fall of the FBI, How a Once Great Agency Became a Threat to Democracy. Thomas Baker, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
It's very good to be with you.
Do you have any concerns about Kash and Bongino investigating Adam Schiff and going where the facts lead?
Well, going where the facts lead is always a good idea if there's enough facts there. In terms of the ringmaster, and not to excuse Adam Schiff in any way, because he was viciously motivated, but there were several other ringmasters involved in that whole fiasco, primarily in the agencies, in the executive agency. And one who has really escaped to a large extent is John Brennan. John Brennan's CIA initially lured the FBI. This is documented, and I have it in my book. Lured the FBI into opening that investigation, which they opened in the United Kingdom, and he manipulated our relationship with the British under a long-standing agreement. So there's a lot of ringmasters who were involved in that. The key thing long-term for Kash and Bongino is to change the culture of the FBI, get away from all these freewheeling intelligence shenanigans, and focus on law and order. And we have some good hope there in that regard. Bongino has a law enforcement background, but the biggest hope is probably Kash Patel's opening comments about crime in America and what he wants to focus on. And believe it or not, and you may believe it, I'm still in contact with a lot of working FBI people, particularly in the Washington field office, and they're very anxious to get back to criminal work. And actually, most FBI agents truly enjoy working with the state and local police. So I think what they have in mind is a lot of task forces in Washington, D.C. specifically, but also around the country to address violent crime. And I think that will be well received by the agent population of the current FBI.
Well, knowing what you know, I mean, do you think Senator Schiff is nervous right now?
Probably, yes, probably, and he should be. And let's leave him hanging, as Richard Nixon, as we said about Patrick Clay, leave him swinging in the wind. But I don't think, and this is a tactical decision, they should waste a lot of energy pursuing him unless they have really specific, articulable facts. That was their problem, the left's problem, when they went after Trump and Trump's campaign and some of his associates in the Russian collusion thing. They really didn't have any facts. They were speculating. And I don't think my advice would be, don't waste your energy going after Adam Schiff when there's so many other things staring you right in the face.
The only thing I'd say to that is, I mean, like the agency's big enough to walk and chew gum, right? And so you can do the public safety task force that you described and that you heard Kash Patel reference in his post swearing in comments. But Mike Davis over at the Article 3 Project has talked about criminal violation of Donald Trump's civil rights, for example. And as you say, the ringmasters that have escaped scrutiny, much less accountability, Brennan, maybe Comey, maybe McCabe, maybe Schiff, maybe others. They made those statements. I mean, Kash Patel's statement, the worst criminal in Congress in 250 years. It's hard to walk back that comment without at least pursuing an investigation of said individuals if there is the basis there seems to be that there was possible criminal wrongdoing.
You're correct, and now they're in a better position, actually, we would hope, to determine how much factual predicate they have to go after Schiff and people like that, and they'll be in a position to know that. I don't dispute that. And anybody who got our country so off track by their useless pursuit of an elected president should be prosecuted if the material is there to prosecute them. I said at the time, and I'll say it again, and not regarding Schiff, because I don't know all the facts about Schiff, quite frankly, but these other people who were in positions of power, be it Brennan, be it Comey, and half a dozen others. What happened here was more an abuse of authority than a criminal undertaking. And that's still serious. A lot of these people, they had the authority to open a criminal investigation. They had the authority to open a counterintelligence investigation. A lot of them, up to and including then Vice President Biden, had the authority to unmask people. That's a lot of what happened in the investigation of General Flynn. There was a lot of unauthorized or abusive unmasking of American citizens whose names appeared in some of these intelligence transcripts. There was an abuse of the FISA process in getting FISA warrants against Americans. All of those were abuses. Those abuses have to stop. And the root of those abuses is I think, a cultural thing, an attitudinal thing. And it'll take a lot of effort over a period of time to change the culture. But they have to try and do it. And Kash and Dan have all my best wishes in trying to do that.
Well, with respect to Comey and McCabe, for example, they give conflicting testimony under oath about the Russia collusion investigation. And so one or both of them potentially perjure themselves, for example. Kleinsmith, the attorney that doctored the email, the only person that's actually been held criminally liable, and barely at that, I mean, he just did that of his own volition. There was no order given by a superior. I don't know. Maybe there was, maybe there wasn't. But that seems to be an area that's worth pursuing investigatively. I mean, the conduct of Strzok and Page and so forth. I mean, maybe it was just limited to an abuse of power and unethical conduct. Maybe it was a rise to the level of criminality. I mean, all of those players deserve, in my view, a thorough going over.
Well, I'd love to see them put up against the wall and get it going over. And it's just and a couple of those you mentioned in particular, the abuses were so widespread. It betrayed an attitude, and I use the word culture, that allowed this to happen. That they were freewheeling because they were acting as an intelligence agency, where they could do these freewheeling targets of other individuals. Durham, who at former Attorney General Barr's request did a good look at this thing. He did a report of about 300 pages, and he just said they just had no basis. Now, he didn't go into what's behind, but he said there was no basis for any of the Russian collusion investigation. I think what allowed that to come about was this terrible change in culture that goes back to Mueller, and what Cash and Bongino have to try and do, backed by the Attorney General Pam Bondi, backed ultimately by the President, is change the culture.
What do you think about Bongino as the deputy director pick? We've heard from some of our friends and former FBI agents who are of the reform the FBI variety, like yourself, who were like, well, I'm hopeful for Bongino, but it probably would have been better if they selected as a deputy somebody that came from the agency, so they had a better sort of working understanding of how the agency worked and better angles into the reforms that need to be made. What do you think?
Well, frankly, neither one of these guys would have been my first pick or would have first occurred to me. But in the case of Cash, having read a lot about him and listened to him at his confirmation hearings before the Senate panel, he's impressed me more and more. Bongino the same way. I wouldn't have thought of him at all as my first pick, but I think so I agree pretty much with a lot of those other fellows. But what I think they're doing now, when I say they, I mean Trump's whole team, what they're doing, they're taking a whole different approach. Yeah, historically really is only under the past three directors, I'd say, Mueller, Comey, and Wray, that the deputy director literally ran the organization, all the nuts and bolts, all the investigations. That's how it worked. So you really did, under that model, need someone with a lot of depth of experience in those federal investigations. That may not be what these guys have in mind. They could do a different template. In the past, prior to Mueller, the director himself, like Louis Freeh and others, they ran the operations themselves, hands-on. Of course, the Bureau was a lot smaller then, believe it or not, just 20 years ago, and a lot less top-heavy. So I think the primary thing, and I've preached, and you've heard me before, and you've read my book, is to change the culture. I think now what's been discovered, and of course Elon Musk is looking at this government-wide, is the bureaucratic bloat, the growth at the top-heavy. I mean, the FBI in 20 years went from an organization where the director had 12 divisions at FBI headquarters, each headed by an assistant director. Now they have, hold on to your seat, over 30 divisions, each headed by an assistant director. And so now they have this other layer, the executive assistant director, 6 people who have grouped these divisions together, and they report to the director. That whole middle layer could be eliminated. There could be a lot of elimination at the top to eliminate the bloat, but that's a new problem, the top heaviness. I still think the major problem is the underlying culture, which is much harder to fix.
Thomas Baker, retired FBI special agent and legal attaché, author of the book The Fall of the FBI, How a Once Great Agency Became a Threat to Democracy. Thomas Baker, thanks again for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for listening to my analysis. I appreciate the opportunity.
We appreciate you, and he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, buddy. Good to see you back on the golf course. You must be feeling better, huh?
Yeah, I finally got my blood pressure under control without all the medication side effects.
Wow. New doctor?
No, a superfood juice, believe it or not.
A juice?
Yeah, it's called 120 Life. It's got ingredients like pomegranates, tart cherries, 6 natural ingredients that have shown to control blood pressure.
Huh.
Yeah, it tastes great and has worked wonders.
Awesome. Are you getting a golf cart?
Nope, I'm walking the course today.
Wow. You got any of that 120 Life on you?
Try 120 Life risk-free and get a 2-week trial pack. Order the 8-ounce drink or powdered mix. Go to 120life.com and use coupon code 560 to save 15% and get free shipping. They're so sure it can noticeably lower your blood pressure in 2 weeks, they'll give your money back if you're not satisfied. Order now. 120life.com. Use coupon code 560 at checkout to save 15% and get free shipping.
Oil investments involve a high degree of risk and uncertainty and are only suitable for accredited investors. Actual results may vary.
President Trump says, drill, baby, drill. And he's declared a national energy emergency and is making the U.S. oil industry a priority with support for more active drilling and support for our hardworking oil and gas industry. If you are an SEC accredited investor and qualified to make at least a $100,000 investment, you can deduct nearly 100% of your investment for this tax year. Don't miss out on this limited time opportunity to create potential income for up to 20 or more years to come. Call 800-278-7455 now and connect directly to Encore Energy. Encore is a major investor and experienced horizontal well operator in its core area of operations. Call Encore Energy now at 800-278-7455 and find out if your investment will be tax deductible for 2025 with the potential for lucrative cash flow for years to come. Call 800-278-7455. That's 800-278-7455.
AM 560. The Answer.
All right, another day of broadcast excellence. Thanks to Justin Kosick and Quinn McCarthy. We're back here tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. Now let's head into that newsroom one more time. Here is Mike Scott.
Voters in Dalton will decide today whether to cast their ballot for embattled Mayor Tiffany Henyard or Village Trustee Jason House. That in today's primary action around the area. Jury selection resumes today in the trial of the Highland Park shooting suspect, a Justice apartment building destroyed by fire. WIND Chicago News Time, 9 o'clock.
DOGE now claims it's